Presiden Republik Indonesia keempat. Kekhususan FK Unisma yaitu pengembangan di bidang keanekaragaman hayati dan pemanfaatannya sebagai penunjang pengobatan dan pengembangan tim bantuan medis dalam bencana dan kegawat daruratan yang berlandaskan keislaman dan Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah atau Aswaja. Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang telah mendapatkan status akreditasi B dari BAN PT 2011 dan LAM PTKes 2016. Saat ini terdapat 4 program studi di Fakultas Kedokteran, yaitu program studi pendidikan dokter, program studi profesi dokter, program studi farmasi, dan administrasi rumah sakit. Kerjasama dengan banyak universitas baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri terkait Tridharma perguruan tinggi dan pengembangan karakter dan kepemimpinan mahasiswa maupun staf pengajar dilakukan melalui berbagai program pertukaran pelajar, research attachment, pertemuan ilmiah, dan beberapa program akademik serta non-akademik lainnya.
Selamat datang di program studi farmasi Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang. Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma siap membangun generasi farmasi yang kompeten dan berintegritas. Farmasi bukan hanya sekedar meracik obat, tetapi juga meracik harapan untuk kesembuhan.
Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma menggabungkan teori dan praktik untuk mengembangkan kemampuan mahasiswa dalam bidang kimia farmasi.
Di laboratorium kimia farmasi terdapat berbagai macam peralatan canggih seperti spektrofotometer dan lemari asam.
Perlu diingat, laboratorium ini dipenuhi oleh bahan kimia. Untuk itu, jangan lupa memakai alat pelindung diri seperti sarung tangan dan masker.
Teknologi formulasi.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Formulasi dan Teknologi Farmasi. Di sini kami melakukan praktikum dan penelitian pembuatan sediaan farmasi.
Bahan alam farmasi.
Di laboratorium ini berfokus pada penelitian dan pengembangan dari bahan alam. Selain itu, di sini dilakukan analisis dan ekstraksi dari bahan alam. Untuk mendukung keterampilan dan pengetahuan mahasiswa dalam penelitian dan praktikum, Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma memiliki fasilitas dan peralatan dengan berlandaskan Islam Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. Lulusan kami siap berkontribusi pada kesehatan masyarakat. Mari menjadi bagian dari kami membangun kesehatan bangsa Indonesia.
Dari sebuah pilihan, tapi kemana langkah harus melaju? Universitas Islam Malang hadir sebagai ruang bertumbuh dan melangkah ke dunia global dengan tetap berpijak pada akar nilai luhur berlandaskan Islam Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. Di sini, mahasiswa tidak hanya belajar dari para ahli, tapi juga berdiskusi dan bereksperimen di laboratorium, perpustakaan, serta praktik lapangan. Dengan dukungan fasilitas modern, kolaborasi, dan semangat inovasi yang terus menyala, Unisma menjadi kampus unggul dan berdaya saing global serta melahirkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di berbagai bidang. Membawa semangat perubahan dan kontribusi demi kemajuan peradaban yang berkelanjutan. Pilihan hari ini penentu masa depan hebatmu. Bersama Unisma, terbang melesat menuju kampus berkelas dunia. Pilihan hari ini menentukan masa depan esok. Universitas Islam Malang menjadi ruang bertumbuh dan berinovasi. Berbagai program studi di Unisma telah terakreditasi internasional, unggul, dan baik sekali. Dengan pembelajaran yang inklusif di laboratorium, perpustakaan, praktik lapangan, serta peluang kolaborasi yang luas, Unisma siap mencetak lulusan berdaya saing global. Unisma, tempatmu melesat menjadi generasi berkelas dunia.
Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang adalah fakultas kedokteran pertama yang berdiri di lingkungan perguruan tinggi Nahdlatul Ulama di Indonesia. Ide pendirian Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang atau FK Unisma tercetus pada tahun 1995 oleh almarhum Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, yakni mantan Presiden Republik Indonesia keempat. Kekhususan FK Unisma yaitu pengembangan di bidang keanekaragaman hayati dan pemanfaatannya sebagai penunjang pengobatan dan pengembangan tim bantuan medis dalam bencana dan kegawat daruratan yang berlandaskan keislaman dan ahlus sunnah wal jamaah atau aswaja. Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang telah mendapatkan status akreditasi B dari BAN PT 2011 dan LAMPTKES 2016. Saat ini terdapat 4 program studi di Fakultas Kedokteran, yaitu program studi pendidikan dokter, program studi profesi dokter, program studi farmasi, dan administrasi rumah sakit. Kerjasama dengan banyak universitas baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri terkait tridharma perguruan tinggi dan pengembangan karakter dan kepemimpinan mahasiswa maupun staf pengajar dilakukan melalui berbagai program pertukaran pelajar, research attachment, pertemuan ilmiah, dan beberapa program akademik serta non-akademik lainnya.
Selamat datang di program studi farmasi Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang. Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma siap membangun generasi farmasi yang kompeten dan berintegritas.
Farmasi bukan hanya sekedar meracik obat, tetapi juga meracik harapan untuk kesembuhan. Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma menggabungkan teori dan praktik untuk mengembangkan kemampuan mahasiswa dalam bidang kimia farmasi.
Di laboratorium kimia farmasi terdapat berbagai macam peralatan canggih seperti spektrofotometer dan lemari asam.
Perlu diingat, laboratorium ini dipenuhi oleh bahan kimia. Untuk itu, jangan lupa memakai alat pelindung diri seperti sarung tangan dan masker.
Teknologi formulasi.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Formulasi dan Teknologi Farmasi. Di sini kami melakukan praktikum dan penelitian pembuatan sediaan farmasi.
Bahan alam farmasi.
Di laboratorium ini berfokus pada penelitian dan pengembangan dari bahan alam. Selain itu, di sini
Ladies and gentlemen, and honorable guests, we would like to kindly ask you to turn off your mobile and or put in silent mode as the session is about to begin. Thank you, and please have a nice seat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants 2025.
The effect of waterborne toxicants on health and its mitigation. My name is Bunga Melati Bekhati and my partner
Muhammad Mustaqim.
And it is our distinct honor to serve you as your master of ceremonies for today's event.
Innal hamdalillahi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiru wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlil fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Amma ba'du.
Before we begin the session,
We would like to extend our utmost gratitude to our honorable keynote speakers, the Honorable Professor Chia Jungli, PhD from Taipei, Associate Professor Moh Sukhri bin Moh Aris from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norfilza Moh Mokhtar from Malaysia, Professor Ahmad Syafiuddin, SSI MPhil PhD from Indonesia, Mr. Rio Rizandiansyah Esket MP PhD from Indonesia, Mr. Surya Genta Akmal PhD from Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki from Malaysia, Dr. Dini Sri Dawayanti MKes from Indonesia, Dr. Fatin Nazira binti Zakaria from Malaysia, Dr. Pramotnir from Australia, Dr. Razif bin Dasiman from Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Chin Kok Yong from Malaysia, Dr. Pang Kok Lun from Malaysia.
The Honorable Yayasan Universitas Islam Malang, Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, Profesor Dr. Andes Junaidi, PhD, Dean of Medical Faculty, Universitas Islam Malang, Dr. Rahma Tirliana, MKes, PhD, and staffs. Also, all presenters and participants who are joining offline and online from all over the world.
All praises and gratitude belong to Allah, the merciful and the bestower of blessings, for granting us the great opportunity to convene at this esteemed international conference. Eternal praises and abundant blessings be upon to the beloved Prophet of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May his light continue to illuminate our heart and guide us on the path of righteousness and compassion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the session, let us start this conference by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable guests and participants, for the next 5 hours, together we will discuss the effect of waterborne toxicants on health and its mitigation. Today's conference will be divided into 2 sessions, which features our esteemed speaker and will be led by a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to read the agenda for today. The first agenda is the opening session, followed by the presentation session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the opening session by singing Indonesian National Anthem and Mars Subhanul Waton. We kindly ask everyone to stand up. And we would like to invite Virgin Siska Aulia to come up to the stage and lead the session.
الإيمان ولا تكن من الغرمان انهدوا على الوطن يا للوطن يا للوطن يا للوطن حب الوطن من الإيمان ولا تكن من الغرمان انهدوا على الوطن Indonesia بلادي أنت عنوان الفخامة كل من يأتيك يوما قومي حيا القومامة كل من يأتيك يوما قومي حيا القومامة Jaga hati wahai tanah airku cintamu dalam imanku jangan halangkan nasibmu bangkitlah hai bangsaku usap ke hati wahai tanah airku cintamu dalam imanku jangan halangkan nasibmu bangkitlah hai bangsaku Indonesia negeriku engkau panji martabatku siapa datang mengancammu kan binasa di bawah tulimu siapa datang mengancammu kan binasa di bawah tulimu
Thank you. You may now be seated. Let us begin by seeking His intercession and blessings upon us all through the recitation of the Holy Quran, followed by the Salawat Nuril Anwar. We are pleased to invite Akbar Rizky Rahmansyah to grace us with the recitation of the Quran and Salawat Nuril Anwar. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis fil majalisi fafsahu yafsahillahu lakum wa idza qila انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم اللهم صل على نور الأنوار وسر الأسرار وترياق الأغيار ومفتاح باب اليسار سيدنا ومولانا محمد المختار وآله الأطهار وأصحابه الأخيار عدد نعم الله وإفضاله عدد نعم الله وإفضاله. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Akbar Rizky Rahmansyah. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite the chairman of MICXT 2025 Unisma, Rio Risandiansa Esket MP PhD, to deliver his welcoming remarks. To the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Yayasan Unisma atau Universitas Islam Malang, Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, Professor Dr. Junaidi Mistar, PhD, the Honorable Dean of Medical Faculty, Universitas Islam Malang, Dr. Ahmad Reliana, MKes, PhD, and also our honorable keynote speakers, Bapak Surya Genta Akmal, PhD, which is an expert staff of the Coordinating Minister of Food Affairs, from our friends and colleagues from UTM, from Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki from Fakultas Sains Kesehatan Universitas Teknologi Mara, Puncak Alam, Associate Professor Muhammad Shukri bin Muhammad Aris from Universitas Teknologi Mara, Puncak Alam, Dr. Razif bin Dasiman, and Dr. Fatin Nadirah binti Zakaria, also from Universitas Teknologi Mara, Puncak Alam, and our long friend, Professor Madya Dr. Chin Kok Yong from UKM, Professor Nurfilza Muhammad Mukhtar from Management of Science University, MSU, and our other keynote speakers, Professor Ahmad Shaifuddin, SSE MPhil PhD, Dr. Pang Kok Lun from Monash University, Dr. Pamod Nair from Flinders University, and Professor Chia Jung Lee from Taipei Medical University, and from our colleagues, Dr. Dini Sri Damayanti, MKes from Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang. Today I am honored to welcome you to attend our event, the second Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants. This is the second time we've done this conference. The first time was in 2023, and in that time we had many distinguished speakers as well. And in this session, in this time, we have sorry, not at least, it's actually 74 presentations from inside Indonesia and as well as outside Indonesia. And for that, we would like to thank you and hope that in the next 2 days, we will have a fruitful discussion on today's theme, which is the effects of waterborne pollutants and to health and its mitigation. So before I close, I would like to once again welcome you all to Malang and into this important conference. I hope our discussion will be fruitful and our collaborations will be meaningful and our collective efforts will be impactful. Thank you all, and I wish you a productive and inspiring conference.
Thank you, Mr. Rio Risandiansyah, for your warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Dean of Medical Faculty, Universitas Islam Malang, Dr. Rahma Triliana, MKes PhD, to deliver her greetings. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah ala nikmatillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Allah has graced us the ability to come in this meeting to meet a lot of people and hope learns new things in a good way and in a healthy way. Distinguished professors, honorable delegates, esteemed researchers, and our respected colleagues from partner universities, attendees, and everyone present, which I could not mention one by one. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to our Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants, held by Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Malang. We welcome you to Malang, the city that is friendly for students with a vibrant and dynamic atmosphere and very comfortable to live in and to study. Our conference is the second one, which we held every 2 years. So last we did it in 2023, now 2025, and I wish to invite you again in our next meeting in 2027. Today's meeting focused on waterborne pollutant and its mitigations. Is the proposed methods to overcome its hazardous effects and herbs that can be used to improve our health and well-being. MICHATE, our Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants, is a testament to our shared vision that medicine cannot stand alone from the world around it. The relationship between human health and environment is undeniable. Therefore, herbs, and long regarded as natural medicine, provide us with invaluable compounds for therapy and healing. At the same time, toxin and toxicants, whether from nature or from the industrial origin, has presented a growing challenges for us to demand more rigorous scientific methods, inquiry, and its effects on our human health. Therefore, these issues highlight the importance of research that bridge tradition and modern science to ensure that we embrace nature's potential while still protecting humanity from its environmental risk. Our discussion are all closely aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in promoting good health and well-being, ensuring environment sustainability, and also advancing responsible partnership between many countries around the world, with Indonesia and Universitas Islam Malang as the first leader. Addressing this challenge requires more than individual effort, but required a shared responsibilities. Today, experts from Indonesia, Malaysia, Taiwan, Australia, and India also have gathered together here to present their research results and experience in regards to herbs and toxicants to improve human health and prevent prevent the toxicant effects on human health. This gathering emphasized the importance of collaboration and cooperation amongst universities around the world, and also through exchange of knowledge, joint research endeavors, and academic solidarity can be able to address the global complexity of health, environmental hazards, and also achieve the desired sustainable development goals. On behalf of our institution, from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Malang, I extend my warmest welcome, greetings, and appreciation for all of your attendance. And we gather here, hopefully we can share knowledge, foster innovation, and strengthen academic cooperation amongst borders. As we begin our session, I also encourage everyone to not only present your expertise, but also build network, make friends, new families, and maybe by doing a more dialogue, then we can start to evolve in a more long-term relationship, and also to advance science, enrich education, and also improve health in societies worldwide. On behalf of Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Malang, I thank you all for your attendance and your commitment to the progress and the process for research in herbs and toxicant and its mitigation to prevent human health, to prevent human catastrophes and improve human health. Therefore, I hope with these meetings we have more stronger collaboration, cooperation, and more better research, better together, with hope that this meeting can further strengthen our relationship and our cooperation in the future. Once again, I also thank every committee here, all the organizing committee, Pak Rio especially, who has already organized this meeting. I think he has more white hairs now than before. And all the students, attendees, every presenters today, and everyone who has worked hard during the last 3 months or so or more, from the start of the committee until now. I am grateful for all your hard work, and I thank you for all your effort to come to today's events. I also wish to ask for forgiveness or apologies if there is any mishap or any mistakes while we did our conference, or when we welcome you to our university or our countries. Thank you so much for attending. I hope we have a fruitful meetings, and hope this meetings, not just the first meeting, but will be continue and furthermore to improve our collaboration together. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Rahma Triliana, for your valuable remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, Professor Dr. Andes Junaidi, PhD, to deliver his speech and officially opens this international conference. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad, amma ba'd. The The chair of Unisma Foundation, Profesor Dr. Haji Agus Sugianto, STMP, and also Vice Chair in charge of Health Affairs, Dr. Hardadi Erlangga, the Honorable Vice Rectors coming with us now, Vice Rector 1, Medical Doctor, Ibu Hajah Erna Sulistiawati, PhD, Vice Rector 3, Bapak Dr. Haji Muhammad Yunus, and Vice Rector 4, Bapak Dr. Hasan Zayadi. All of the guests, the speakers of this conference coming with us, the expert staff to the Coordinating Minister of Food Affairs, Bapak Surya Genta Akmal, PhD. Is it Bapak or Ibu? Bapak, that's right. Okay, sorry. And also international speakers coming with us, Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki from UITM Malaysia, Associate Professor Muhammad Zakri bin Muhammad Arish, PhD from, I think the same, from UITM, Shah Alam, and then Professor Norvisla Muhammad Muhtar from MSU, Management and Sciences University, also in Malaysia. We also have Dr. Razif bin Dasiman from UITM, Dr. Fatin Naziroh binti Zakaria, also from UITM. Then we also have Professor Madya Dr. Cik Kok Yong from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. We have Dr. Pang Kok Lun from Monash University in Malaysia, Dr. Pramod Nair from Flinders University, and we also have Professor Chia Chung Lee, PhD from Taiwan Medical University. And from Indonesia, we have Professor Ahmad Syaifuddin, SSE, PhD from Nahdlatul Ulama, University of Surabaya. And also we have presenters from Unisma. We have Dr. Dini Sri Damayanti MKes, and also Pak Rio Risandiansyah, PhD from University of Islam Malang. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Unisma, Ibu Rahma Triliana, PhD, all the Vice Deans and Head of the departments, lecturers, and also students, and of course, all participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's bow our head to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His blessings and mercy, that today, this morning, we can get together in this place to join the conference carried out by Faculty of Medicine of Unisma. Salawat and salam should also go to the Prophet of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us with Ad-Dinul Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the big family of Universitas Islam Malang, or University of Islam Malang, we would like to thank all of the speakers for their willingness to share their expertise, their knowledge with us, dealing with herbs and toxicants. Therefore, we would like to welcome you to Indonesia, welcome to East Java, and welcome to Malang, welcome to the Universitas Islam Malang. Just to let you know that Universitas Islam Malang was established in 1981, so it's already 44 years old now. And now we are hosting about 15,000 students, and some of them are international students. From day to day, we are trying to improve the quality of our educations in terms of the teachings, research, and also community services. Then, in order to measure our improvement, we are asked to be accredited both by National Accreditation Board and also International Accreditation Board. In terms of the National Accreditation Board, Unisma is now ranked at the excellent level. That's the top level, the top rank in the Indonesian systems of higher education. And some of our study programs are also already internationally accredited. Three departments are accredited by ASEAN in Germany, and then 4 study programs are accredited by FIBA, also based in Germany. And then in terms of the international level, in terms of the rank, based on the QS Asia University ranking, we are ranked 53 in Southeast Asia. And then I think that's already good enough as the first start. And of course, we are trying to improve all of the time to get higher positions. One way to improve the quality of our education is that we encourage faculties to carry out international events, something like what we have now. Faculty of Medicine has already carried out this event as the second time. That's why we call it the second Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants. So the first one was already carried out last year or probably 2 years ago or something. But now this is the second one. And I think the selections of this topic is very good because, you know, in Indonesia, we have so many types of natural resources. So we call it natural diversity, and I think they can be the sources for herbal medicine. As we know, we have synthetic medicine. But in addition to synthetic medicines, we have herbal medicines. But well, actually, in Indonesian community, in the traditional Indonesian community, we still have the third one, spiritual medicine. Probably some of you may not know, may not be aware of this, because sometimes when someone, let's say we have a kid who is not feeling well, and then we ask a kiai or something, then the kiai recite something and then blow on his head 3 times, and then it's done. That's spiritual medicine, actually. So in addition to synthetic medicines and herbal medicine. And today we have the discussions on herbal medicines and toxicants. Of course, I'm pretty sure that all of the speakers are experts in this field. That's why then the discussion will of course be very fruitful. That's why then you need to take this opportunity as a very good opportunity to learn something from each other, and in sharing knowledge, expertise, and also probably skills and so on. I think that's all what we can say. Once again, thank you very much for the participations. All of the speakers enjoy the conference. Then shall I open this? Excuse me. Okay, then by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the second Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants, under the theme, The Effects of Waterborne Toxicants on Health and Its Mitigations, is now officially opened. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Junaidi, for your remarkable speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we now transition to a captivating cultural segment. We are honored to present a performance of the Tari Piring, a beautiful and dynamic traditional dance brought to you by Waranggani. Please welcome Waranggani.
Islam Malang, the chairman of MICXT, Islam Malang, the chairman of MICXT 2025. Please come to the stage and proceed to officially open this conference by hitting the gong.
We kindly ask Director to symbolically lead the opening of the conference.
Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants 2025.
The effect of waterborne toxicants on health and its mitigation is now officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to kindly invite all participants to come forward for a group photos to capture this momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to kindly invite all participants to come forward for a group photo to capture this momentous occasion. In count 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. In count 3, 2, 1.
thank you for our components, University of Islam Malang, and our keynote speakers, and decision about the group photo session. So big thanks for Rector University of Islam Malang and all components for Yayasan Universitas Islam Malang. And ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda to seek smooth running and divine blessings upon this entire conference, we are honored to invite Mr. Ali Zainal, MPD, to the stage and lead us in prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa 'allimna ma yanfa'una warzuqna 'ilman yanfa'una bih. Allahumma ya Hannan ya Mannan, Engkau yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Penyayang, Maha Pemberi rahmat, curahkan rahmat dan keberkahan-Mu dalam acara ini. Ya Hannan ya Mannan, grant us wisdom and guidance. Fill our hearts with knowledge and compassion. Bless this seminar with success and fruitful discussion. Allahumma aj'al hadzal liqa'an nafi'an lana wa likulli man yastami'. Ya Allah, jadikanlah pertemuan ini bermanfaat bagi kami semua. Tumbuhkan rasa persaudaraan dan saling menghargai di antara kami. Bi barakati hudurik wa rahmatik. Allahumma jal hadzal amal khalisan liwajhikal karim. Ya Allah, dengan keberkahan dan rahmat-Mu, jadikan kami termasuk golongan orang-orang yang ikhlas di dalam mengamalkan ilmu pengetahuan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, this conference is only possible with the support of our sponsors. So we would like to thank Bank Jatim Syariah Malang, Java Medica Utama, Bank BRI Cabang Malang, Lembaga Penelitian Peluruhan Radikal Bebas dan IMI, ITS Science Indonesia, Bank BTN Syariah, PT Almega, PT Firdaus Medica, CV Pratama Mandiri, Bank Muamalat Cabang Malang, CV Jayarindo Pratama Laboratori, PT Rizky Putra, PT Ditek Jaya, Prodia, Herbalife, PT Wadya Prima Mulia, Simalab, CV Nura Gemilang, and our media partner, Riviera, for their continued support throughout this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to our main agenda, presentation session 1. This session will moderated by Dr. Rosaria Dian Lestari, M. Biomed. Allow us to read her short bio. Dr. Rosaria Dian Lestari, M. Biomed. She is dedicated lecturer and researcher at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Malang, where she has served since 2011. She earned her medical degree from University of Brawijaya and later complete her Master of Biomedical Science with a specialization in anatomy and histology at the same institution in 2018. Beyond her teaching role, she actively contributed to various academic initiatives, including serving as a medical education unit officer and a member of the telemedicine team at University of Brawijaya. She also has experience as general practitioner and vocational training instructor. Her research focuses on the effect of herbal and bioactive compounds on organ function, particularly in relation to kidney and liver health. With her commitment to education and scientific development, she stands as an inspiring figure in the field of medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Rosaria Dian Lestari, M. Biomed, to the stage.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all, our distinguished guests and participants. I am Rosaria, and today I will be serving as a moderator for the first symposia of the second Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me here to introduce our speaker for this session. First, we have Mr. Rio Risandiansyah, MP, PhD from Universitas Islam Malang, who will deliver a note speech from contaminants to resistant, investigating the role of pollutant in shaping antibiotic resistance. And the second speech will be from Mr. Surya Genta Akmal, PhD, which will talk about the current situation of pollution in Indonesian water. And then next, we will have Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki from University of Technology Mara, who will deliver a topic about the human health cost of pollution. And then at the end of the session, we will have Professor Ahmad Syaifuddin, SSC, MPhil, PhD, to give a evaluation about bioremediation for mitigation and prevention of waterborne pollution. All right, without any further ado, please welcome our speaker to the stage. You can have it. All right. Without any further ado, maybe we can straight continue to our first speaker, Mr. Rio Risandiansyah, with a note speech from contaminant to resistant, investigating the role of pollutant in shaping antibiotic resistance. Please, Mr. Rio. I will read his curriculum vitae. Okay. Mr. Rio Risandiansyah is a lecturer in Faculty of Medicine, University of Islam Malang. He graduated from Brawijaya University of Malang and then continued to his masteral degree in biotechnology and agro-industry in University of Brawijaya Malang. And then he had his PhD degree in medical biotechnological from Flinders University, Adelaide, Australia. Okay, Mr. Rio, maybe we can continue to your lecture, please. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I'm going to present a topic that we have researched for several years now. We started in 2020 something, after COVID I think, is when we really focused on it. And this is a partnership with my colleagues, Dr. Hardadi, Dr. Chitra as a microbiologist, as well as Ibu Yoni as chemistry, this is her field. Okay, so today I'm going to present about how contaminants affect antibiotic resistance or shape antibiotic resistance, and how the correlation or the connection between pollutants and shaping antibiotic resistance in bacteria. So antibiotic resistance, as you know, is a global health crisis. I'm sure you've heard of this before, where there are antibiotic resistance is the silent epidemic, they say, because it's causing death and increasing mortality and morbidity. Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm too high over there. I'm too tall. so I'm going to stand here. There's a podium right here, so it's fine. Okay, so over here we see that for AMR, or antibiotic microbial resistance, it causes death to 1.27 million in 2019, and this is the data from WHO. And it is also an economic burden, of course, and by 2050 it is predicted or projected to cause death more than cancer. So it is quite a serious problem. And if you look at the hotspots or the geographic spread of resistance, we see that Indonesia is one of the high amount, but this is also underreported, I believe. So it could be higher. And as you could see in other countries, for instance, in Australia or in Canada, in North America, it is less antibiotic resistance. Now, this is of course due to how drugs are prescribed in those countries. For instance, in Australia, we can't buy antibiotics willy-nilly. We can just go to the store and get antibiotics and receive them. And I think this is also true for Malaysia, because in Malaysia you have low antibiotic resistance. So in Indonesia, there is in the pharmacy department, there is some things that we have to correct. So mostly the resistance in our countries are due to the misuse of antibiotics. Now this can either be antibiotics is prescribed when it is not needed, or when the consumer, the patient drinks antibiotics but not according to the recipe, to the prescribed recipe. So for instance, they don't finish their medication, or they pass it on to their neighbors. And this is also true for countries with poor sanitation, because that would increase the number of infection that happens there. And it is our hypothesis that there is also a correlation with pollution. There's also a connection with pollution, where in some countries with high pollution, we might see a higher rise in antibiotic resistance. Now, if we discuss resistance, we usually focus on bacteria that are found in a hospital setting, or the major hospital pathogens. So in this case, usually it is abbreviated into the escape pathogens, Enterococcus faecium, Staphylococcus aureus, Klebsiella, Acinetobacter baumannii, Pseudomonas, Enterobacter. And because they are schooled, the bacteria they live in a hospital setting, they usually also acquire high level of antibiotic resistance. So either it's multiple drug resistance, or they have a broad spectrum of resistance. And of course, This is also linked with long hospital stays and mortality, and we could also see them or get them from samples taken from wound or the bloodstream, or as well as the UTI. So these bacteria is very important, and those are usually our focus, although it doesn't include the most common bacteria such as E. coli, which is also a part of the hospital-acquired pathogens. Now, if we look at the global death counts for bacteria, we see that these bacteria, that the escape bacteria or escape bacteria, they go out again and again. So we see like Acinetobacter baumannii, they're causing significant deaths, and we see also Staphylococcus aureus also causing a significant death in the hospital setting, as well as they are acquiring more and more antibiotic resistance. And to be frank, antibiotic resistance is actually not new. It's not a new thing that we just found recently, but it has been around ever since the discovery of the first antibiotic. So Alexander Fleming, when he discovered penicillin, he also discovered 2 years later that bacteria can develop resistance to penicillin. So he discovered antibiotics, but also discovered resistance at the same period of time. Now, this means that bacteria is very, very versatile. They are very adaptable. When you give them something, they would adapt to the situation because they're very strong, I think. They're very remarkable in that way. And we see that as time goes on in the history of antibiotic resistance, most antibiotics are discovered between 1940 and 1980. So a lot of the new classes of antibiotics are discovered in that time. And then there was a gap, a research of a discovery gap between the 1980s to 2000s. And that is when I think a lot of us, a lot of people think that, oh, antibiotics, infection is cured, it's solved. So they didn't try to find new antibiotics, but it turns out it's not the case. So even in the new antibiotics that is discovered after 2010, we see that it's very fast, they are very fast to acquire resistance. So how does antibiotics work? This is a basic subject, I guess you already know. Basically, antibiotics work by targeting a few points in the cell of bacteria. So for instance, an antibiotic can prevent the synthesis of cell wall, or prevent protein synthesis, or prevent DNA RNA synthesis, or inhibit metabolism. So these are the four major points of antibiotic mechanism. And usually the new antibiotics don't go outside those four things. So either they stop the cell wall from forming, or they work inside the cell by inhibiting synthesis, such as that. There's really no novel antibiotics that has a novel mechanism of action, at least until recently. And because of that, some bacteria is easily, I guess, they would easily can avoid being killed by the resistance, by the antibiotics. For instance, some antibiotics would be able to produce certain enzymes that can degrade antibiotics. So enzymatic degradation, for instance, beta-lactamase. And scientists, pharmacists, they try to make a new form of a drug. They synthesize it, they add another, another glucose, another part for the drug, but then sooner or later the bacteria can also evolve to manage that. So bacteria actually acquires resistance by several methods that we already know. For instance, there is direct mutation. So this is how bacteria evolve. They undergo mutation. And I think it is encoded in the bacteria's DNA that they would be easily mutatable. So bacteria, why do they survive so long? Is actually they have a part of their system, of their DNA, that enables them to mutate easily. And then they let nature decide. So for instance, if they mutate and then they live in an area where they have a lot of antibiotics, then the one that survives are the bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics. So they have a random mutation that is followed by natural selection that causes a specific bacteria type to emerge. And this is in line with how, for instance, we use antibiotics everywhere, then we have an environment where antibiotics are so high that bacteria that survive only have resistance. So these are the kinds of way, the easiest is mutation, but it turns out that bacteria can also teach other bacteria to have the same resistance. So for instance, they can copy the DNA, they copy it and then they transfer it in a mating system, and then they would transform an innocuous bacteria into a pathogenic bacteria. They would transform a not resistant bacteria or sensitive bacteria into a resistant bacteria. And this is also amazing in the case of bacteria, although it's scary if we're in the human POV. And for humans it's scary, but for bacteria it's amazing. For me at least, I am amazed by their ability to, as a community, to survive. So they help each other somehow. And for creatures without brains, it's pretty advanced, I say. So in this case, they could use plasmids, they could use integrons, they could use transposons, and I'll leave it to you to understand what that means. I hope you understand what plasmids and transposons and integrons. I don't want to spend a lot of time explaining it. Basically, it's mobile genetic elements, right? So they just move around, they attach to each other and so forth. So this is how they acquire a resistance in this case. And of course, some viruses like bacteriophages also help transfer of genes. So they infect one bacteria, they get some material, and then they spread it around. So in this case, bacteria can acquire resistance mainly by these two or these several methods. So one horizontal transfer that is in action, that is research in India, is the distribution of BLA and the M1 plasmid. So in this case, they looked for wastewater treatment plants, and they checked whether or not there was a pollution, there was a leakage to the river, and they checked the ARBs or antibiotic resistant bacteria or the antibiotic resistant genes in the community and environment. So this is an interesting research that that I will share, that we also did in our city. So in this case, they found that there is an increase, there is a leakage, I say, of bacteria that was trained in the hospital setting and found in the river. Now, we did this with our own city. So in this case, we had our students. This was Dr. Haddadi's research tree. She's not here anymore. And Dr. Chitra's research tree. In this case, they asked the students to collect wastewater from the hospital. They got it from 2 points: the influent, when the wastewater comes in, when the water comes in the wastewater plant, and the outfluent, when it goes out of the water plant. They collected the water and then they isolated the bacteria. So using a special media called chromagar, chrom-agar, which is a selective differential medium. And in this case, what they do is it could differentiate several species. So for instance, if it's pink, it's Enterobacter. If it's blue, it's E. coli. If it's pale, it's Pseudomonas. So only using a single medium, they could differentiate several escape or escape pathogens, in this case, Enterobacter, E. coli, and Pseudomonas. And then they subcultured the bacteria in McConkey just to make sure, because it is an Enterobacteriaceae kind, and you could divide it into lactose fermenting and non-lactose fermenting. I guess it's too technical. And then what they did, they finally just measured whether or not they have antibiotic resistance. And this was published in a paper in 2024, so last year. And this is the finding. So the finding is, even before, of course, it is natural that before you went into the wastewater treatment plant, of course, you expect a high number of bacteria, right? What you don't expect is after it comes out, it should be zero, it should be low. But in our case, we found that even after it came out, it was quite high. So you could see all these dots, the red dots, the blue dots, they are all different bacteria that are grown from influent of wastewater treatment plants. So when they come in the the figure A is in pre-ipal, meaning, sorry, I didn't translate that, but it's before it comes into wastewater treatment plant, and then B is after it comes out the wastewater plant. So I think what we would expect to see is high on A and low on B, you know, like a low number of bacteria. And it does reduce, but I don't think it reduced significantly. So it didn't reduce until 99.9%, but it only reduced 99%. So it's not good in this case. And when we check the antibiotic resistance, it is surprising results that the results after EPAL, after the wastewater treatment plant, it became higher in resistance, which is weird. Because when it came in, it's okay, and then when it came out, it learned new skills. So the bacteria had a schooling period inside the wastewater treatment plant. And we think what happens here is because there are a lot of bacteria there, a lot of material genetics there, a horizontal transfer happened when they were in the wastewater treatment plant. And when they are released, it should be no more bacteria, but it turns out there are more dangerous bacteria. Although the numbers, they're not very high, like 8%, 4%, because of our small sample number. I think this is one of the weaknesses. Now, in the environment, of course, this shows a hidden risk. There is a hidden risk in the environment, whether or not a wastewater treatment plant can be a hotspot for resistance, or wastewater is a hotspot for resistance, as we see that. And it divides another question, like what is inside the wastewater that causes it to behave or to have that result. Now, what we think also might occur is the presence of certain heavy metals, and we try to find some literature that describes wastewater treatment plant can leak heavy metals to waterways, so to wells or to rivers. And we see in our finding that a certain area in Malang, they have a high concentration of PB or lead, or lead and cadmium. Now, we did the research in one of our series. I won't say the name because I don't want you to go there, but it doesn't matter. So it's for instance, we try to compare a low polluted water versus tap water. So we wanted to see if tap water, which should have no pollution, and compared to river water, which have high pollution, they should have different amounts of pollutant inside. And we wanted to see if the bacteria profile is different. Say the tap water should have no resistance, correct, right? Because there's no heavy metals there. And river water should have a lot of bacterial resistance. Unfortunately, what we found is they both contained lead. So even the tap water had lead, and then the river had lead. So we couldn't really compare it because they both have lead inside. And when we isolated bacteria, we found Pseudomonas that is characterized by a green fluorescent color in the medium. So we know it's Pseudomonas. We don't know what species it is. If we know it's Pseudomonas, but it could be Pseudomonas aeruginosa, or could be Pseudomonas fluorescens, or something else. So, and they both showed resistance to ceftazidime and gentamicin, which are beta-lactams, one of them. So the weakness of this research, of course, we only did a culture-based study. We didn't do a genetic-based. We didn't find the ARGs, or we didn't calculate the ARGs. But what we found is there might be a correlation between heavy metals and the presence of E. coli, or the presence of resistance. So we tested it again with the same method. But this time we're using E. coli, and we did find consistent results. So unfortunately, in that place, there are a high number of bacteria that are resistant, and this can be due to high heavy metal contaminants. So antibiotics and pollutants, they both are responded by the bacteria in the same way. A bacteria would have similar mechanism of preventing death of the bacteria due to heavy metals, as well as due to antibiotics. They have the same methods. They have the same mechanism. For instance, bacteria might produce an efflux pump, or a pump that is in charge of effluxing, so flowing away out of the cells. And this this pump might not be selective to an antibiotic. So it could be that they have an efflux pump and it works on multiple different compounds. For instance, the same efflux pumps can expel antibiotics, but it could also expel triclosan, which is a detergent, for instance. And we see this in 2009 research, where one bacteria does show that when they have a high level of triclosan resistance, it is also followed with a high level of tetracycline resistance, meaning or postulating that there might be a similar method of expelling the drug. And this is called co-resistance or cross-resistance. So co-resistance is there is different resistant genes on the same element. So pollution, a resistant gene for pollution might select for a resistant gene for antibiotics, or it could be cross-resistant. So like the example that I just showed you, where one efflux pump can expel antibiotics and pollutants, and in this case, they both could happen in a bacteria. So a bacteria might have a co-resistance with pollutants and a cross-resistance with pollutants. And this has been discovered. And I think this is the pathway where we could say, okay, so this is where the cross is, the meeting point between pollution resistance and antibiotic resistance. So that means that this also supports our basic, our first hypothesis that it could be that the high amount of PB, high amount of CD or CU, even in hospital setting or in wastewater setting or in rivers, they would also influence the bacteria to have resistance. And I think one of the key functions or the key mechanism is we think that the increase of resistance is due to mutation rates. So they would increase mutation, they would enable the bacteria to mutate. And I think there's a pathway where certain heavy metals can also cause mutation. And I think this is what happens in our bacteria as well. So we wanted to test that using, we tested earlier using cultures that we grow on medium with heavy metals. So firstly, for mutation, how does it correlate with resistance? Well, mutation happens when the DNA is damaged. So for instance, a bacteria has some kind of toxin. They would destroy or they would result in DNA fragments to emerge. And those DNA fragments are the cause of the resistance. So they would cause the bacteria to mutate. And this is the mechanism called the SOS gene or the LEX-A-REC-A interaction. And this is the literature we found. So for instance, there is a set of genes, an SOS response genes, where whenever there is damage to DNA, it would release 40 different genes that would slow cell division of bacteria, as well as increase DNA polymerase 1, which increases the mutation to happen in bacteria. So whenever there is DNA damage, the bacteria would respond by mutating. And that is why they have versatility. So they could live in very different conditions because they try to evolve by mutating themselves quickly whenever there's DNA damage. And this DNA damage or this structure, the LEX-A repressor, is actually conserved. That means even bacteria with different or far away lineages, for instance, E. coli and Staphylococcus aureus and Klebsiella, they all have different families. They're far away, they're not related, they're not inbred, they're different. But they have the same gene, they have the same genetic composition, they have some similar genetic compositions that enable them to mutate. In this case, the LEX-A protein, we found it has key conserved region. So for instance, serine 119 and alanine 84 and glycine 85. We searched the database that is available in PubMed. We looked for 400 different species. We cut it down to 100 different species. And we found out that most of these bacteria, the escape bacteria, they would have the same LEX-A protein, which means that they would also have the same ability to mutate whenever there is DNA damage. Now, DNA damage would enable or would usually make the bacteria do a DNA repair, and that DNA repair would happen during lag phase. So the next hypothesis is whether or not...
Mr. Rio, your time is
5 minutes.
about
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, I'll try to hurry up. It's nearly done, never mind. So in this case, what we see is whenever there is a lag in the DNA mutation, or a lag in the DNA, bacterial growth phase, we think that there is mutation happening. So when we grew the bacteria in different exposures of heavy metals, we see that, oh, there is a lag extension. There is a lag extension. So that means the bacteria takes longer to go into the log phase. The bacteria takes longer to grow, i.e. mutation is happening. So that's our hypothesis. And this is similar whether we grow on CD or we grow on PB or we grow on HG or what's HG? Raksa? No. Yes, mercury, and we grow on cuprum. So all of them has the same pattern. The higher concentration of heavy metals, the longer the lag phase. That means the bacteria is trying to evolve. They're trying to do a lag phase elongation, which enables them to emerge victorious with the, despite the pollutants that are inside there. So from this research, I know it's not finished yet, the research is not done yet, we still have to prove that does CD or PB or heavy metals, do they increase resistance? I think we see an inclination, but we don't have a causative. We have a correlative, we don't have a causative. And I think that's the next step in our research. We want to find if it is a causative in correlation, not only increase, but this causes A causes B. I think that is the homework for us. Now, for the take-home message from our research, we want to see if environmental pollutions or pollutants, especially waterborne pollutants, is an overlooked aspect. So no one looks at it. No one thinks it's important, but we think it is important. And we have shown that a shared or co-selected mechanism of antibiotic resistance is proven in other research, and that means in order to cure antibiotic resistance, we can't always look at only the medicine side. We can't always look at the patient treatment side, but we also have to look at the environmental pollution side. We have to look at environmental health as well, not only patient health, but environmental health. And I think there's a One Health approach to solve or to finish antibiotic resistance. Okay, that is all for my talk. Thank you very much for listening and for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive explanation, Mr. Rio. Okay, we have Mr. Surya Genta Akmal from Indonesian Minister of Food Affairs in Zoom as our second speaker. He will deliver a speech about the current situation of pollution in Indonesian water. Okay. The time and screen are yours, Mr. Surya. We can.
Hello?
Oh yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, we
It
can
is
already
okay
hear you.
now? Okay. Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, and warm greetings to everyone joining us today. My name is Surya Genta Akmal, and I'm currently serve as expert staff to the Coordinating Minister for Food Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. It is truly an honor to stand before you today at this remarkable gathering of minds dedicated to advising our understanding of health and environmental sciences. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech. the keynote address at the second Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants. This event, hosted by the Faculty of Medicine at the Islamic University of Malang, Unisma, represent a crucial platform for addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing our nation and region today. I give this lecture from Japan this morning, and I would like to extend my respectful greetings to the Unisma Foundation, also to the distinguished rector of Unisma, and to the dean of the Faculty of Medicine Unisma. Your commitment to fostering academic excellence and international collaboration in addressing environmental health challenge is truly commendable. The work you are doing here doesn't just advance science, it is protect life and preserve our precious ecosystem for future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me paint a picture of the happening in our waters right now. Indonesia, our beloved archipelagic nation with over 17,000 islands and 81 kilometers of coastline, it is facing an environmental crisis that demands our immediate attention. Our waters, our pristine timing with life, and the pride of our marine heritage are now struggling under the weight of various forms of pollution. Every single day, ladies and gentlemen, approximately around 105,000 tons of waste enter our waters. Just let's think in for a moment. That's equal to dumping about 70 Boeing 747. Oh no, 747 aircraft worth garbage into our ocean daily. And here, the kicker, about 60% this plastic waste that will take hundreds of years to decompose. It is overdone. But plastic is just the tip of the iceberg. We are dealing with a complex cocktail of pollutants that include industrial, chemical, agricultural runoff, untreated sewage, heavy metal, and microplastic that have infiltrated every level of our marine food chain. And the pollution in Indonesia waters doesn't materialize out of thin air. It is very specific source that we need to address systematically. Urban and domestic waste represents our biggest challenge with rapid urbanization and a pollution exceeding 270 million. Our waste management infrastructure simply hasn't kept pace. Only about 39% of urban waste is properly collected and processed. The rest, it is finding its way into our rivers and eventually our seas. Jakarta Bay alone receives about 6,700 tons of waste daily from 13 rivers flowing through of capital region. My bad. Industrial pollution is our second major concern. Indonesia industrial sector has grown tremendously, which is great for our economy, but many facilities still lack proper waste treatment system also, and heavy metal like mercury, lead, and cadmium from textile factories, paper mills, and industry are poisoning our waters. The Citarum River, once called the world's most polluted river, tell this story painfully well. Over 2,000 industry dump their waste into this river system that support 30 million people. And also agricultural runoff might be less visible, but is equally destructive. Pesticides, herbicide, and fertilizer from our vast agricultural lands was into water bodies, creating dead zone where marine life simply cannot survive. The excessive nutrient cause algae bloom, that deplete oxygen level, literally suffocating aquatic ecosystem also. And also maritime activities. And another layer of complexity, oil spill, that the less frequent of devastating impact when they occur. But it is not just the big spill. Chronic oil pollution from ship, illegal dumping of ballast water, and ghost fishing nets all contribute to the degradation of our marine environmental. And the impact of the water pollution extends far beyond environmental damage. They strike at the heart of our economy, public health, and social fabric. From a public health perspective, we are seeing alarming trends. Waterborne disease affect millions of Indonesians annually. Heavy metal contamination is linked to development disorder in children. Cancer rates are rising in coastal communities, and the bioaccumulation of toxin in seafood process long-term health risk we are only beginning to understand. As some working closely with the food security issues, I can tell you that contaminated fish stock directly threaten our pollution's primary protein source. What is in the chat? I will check it. Time reminder. Okay, but I just started. But Rio said alone. Please give me a time to give the section to you. Okay. The economic toll is staggering. Indonesia's marine tourism industry, worth billions of dollars annually, is suffering as beaches become polluted and coral reef die up. We have lost approximately 40% of our coral reef in the past 50 years, with pollution being a major contribution alongside climate change. The fishing industry, which employs over 7 million Indonesians directly and support millions more indirectly, faces declining catch and contaminated stocks. The cost of healthcare for pollution-related illness drain for both family resources and our national budget also. And also biodiversity loss. It is perhaps the most irreversible consequence. Indonesia is part of the coral triangle, the global epicenter of marine biodiversity. We are home to 76% of the world's coral species and over 3,000 fish species. This incredible natural heritage is disappearing before our eyes. Species that took millions of years to evolve are going extinct in the sea because of our pollution. And also the social impacts, ladies and gentlemen, are equally profound. Coastal communities that have lived sustainably from the seas for generations are being forced to abandon their traditional livelihoods. Social conflict arises over access to clean water and productive fishing grounds also. The culture, practices, and indigenous knowledge that our maritime heritage are being lost along with the ecosystem they depend on. Now, I don't want to paint an entirely bleak picture here. Indonesia is fighting back, and there are reasons for cautious optimism. The Indonesia government has launched several major initiatives. The National Action Plan on Maritime Debris aims to reduce marine plastic waste by 70% by 2025. We are investing in waste-to-energy plants, improving waste collection system, and implementing extended producer responsibility scheme. And the Ministry of Environment has increased monitoring and enforced action against industrial polluters, with penalty becoming more severe. And at the community level, we are seeing incredibly grassroots movement. Beach cleanup campaigns have mobilized millions of volunteers. Traditional communities are reviving indigenous conservation practices. Youth organizations are leading awareness campaign and pushing for policy change. The creativity and energy of this movement give me a hope. Miss Laili, yes. I don't have any material to share on my speech. Just please listen carefully, I guess. and we can discuss after that. Thank you. Okay, I will continue my speech. The private sector is also stepping up. The major companies are reducing plastic packaging, investing in circular economy solution, and funding conservation project. The Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development is coordinating industry to address pollution, its source. And also, ladies and gentlemen, international cooperation has been crucial also. Partnership with countries like Norway, Germany, and Japan have brought technical expertise and also funding. Regional initiatives that ASEAN are harmonizing standards and sharing best practices. The global attention on ocean plastic has put the spotlight on our challenge, but also brought resources to address them. Despite this effort, we need to be honest. We are not moving fast enough. The scale and urgency of this crisis demand bolder action. And here, what I believe we must prioritize. First, we need to revolutionize our waste management infrastructure. This isn't just about building more facilities. It is also about reimagining on entire approach of waste. We need to transition from linear to make dispose model to a circular economy where waste becomes a resource. This requires massive investment, yes, but also behavioral change at every level of society. And the second, enforcement must have teeth. We have good environmental laws, but implementation remains weak. We need to strengthen our monitoring capabilities, increase penalties to leave the actually deter violation, and ensure safe prosecution of offender. And environmental crimes should be treated with the same serious as other minor crimes. And third, we must mainstream blue economy principle. Our economic development strategies need to recognize that healthy ocean are not a luxury, but the necessary for the sustainable growth. This meaning integrating environmental costs into economic decision-making, providing incentive for clean technologies, and supporting industry that restore rather than degrade our waters. And four, education and awareness must be amplified also. And also on the fifth, research and innovation need greater support. And this brings me to why conference like this one are so vital. The intersection of medical science and environmental health that you are exploring here, it is exactly where we need to focus our attention. The toxicants in our environment don't respect disciplinary boundaries, neither should our response also. And this research being presented at this conference on herb and natural compounds, over-promising pathways for both creating pollution-related health impact and potentially remedying contaminated environments. Traditional knowledge, validated through modern science, and could provide cost-effective solution access to communities most affected by pollution. We need medical professionals who understand environmental determinants of health. We need environmental scientists who grasp the human health implication of ecosystem degradation. We need policymakers who base decisions on solid scientific evidence also. Most importantly, we need all these groups talking to each other, which is exactly what's happening here today. That's the important point, I guess. Let me share something personal. As an expert staff to the coordinating minister for food affairs, I see firsthand how water pollution threatens of our food security today. When our fish are contaminated, when our rice fields are poisoned, when our drinking water is unsafe, these aren't just statistics also. They represent families going hungry, children suffering from preventable disease, and communities losing their ways of life. But I've also seen what the possible when we come together with determination and purpose. I have witnessed polluted river brought back to life. That reef regenerated and communities transformed to environmental restoration. This success remind us that while the challenge is enormous, it is not insurmountable also. So, what can each of us do today? Whether you are a researcher, a student, a policymaker, or concerned citizen, you have a role to play. If you are a researcher, your work matters more than ever. You need evidence-based solution, initiative technology, and clear communication of scientific findings to policymakers and the public. Don't let your research gather dusty of on library research. Make sure it is research those to the can implement your findings. If you are a healthcare professional, recognize that the environmental health is human health. It is advocate for polluted prevention as a public health priority. Document and report polluted related health impact. Help communities understand the health risks they face and how to protect themselves. If you are a student, you represent our future. Challenge to the status quo, demand better from your institution, your government, and your society. Use your energy, creativity, and social media savvy to drive change. The solution we need might well come from your generation fresh perspective. If you are in government or policy, like me in the current status, have the courage to make good decisions. Yes, there will be resistance from face interest. Yes, there will be short-term economic trade-off, but the cost of inaction of far exceeds the cost of action. Our people and our planet deserve bold leadership. For everyone, start with yourself. Reduce your plastic use. Properly dispose of waste. Support business that prioritize environmental responsibility. Vote your leaders who take this issue seriously, and join our support environmental organization. Every action, no matter how small, contributes to the solution. At the end of my speech, ladies and gentlemen, the current situation of pollution in Indonesia water is indeed critical, but it is not hopeless. We stand in a crossroad. The choice we make in the next few years will determine whether our children inherit dead seas or thriving ocean, whether Indonesia remains a maritime nation or becomes a cautionary table of environmental destruction. The good news is that we know what needs to be done. We have the knowledge, the technologies, and increasingly the public awareness. What we need now is the collective will to act decisively and urgently. We need to move beyond conference to conversation to concrete action and measurable result. I want to express my deepest appreciation to the Faculty of Medicine, Unisma, for organizing this important conference. Even like these are not just academic exercise, they are catalysts for change. The connection made here, the ideas exchanged, the collaboration initiated, this will ripple outward, creating wave of positive impact also. To all the presenter, participant, and organizer here, thank you for your dedication to addressing this critical issue. Your work in intersection of health and environmental is more important than ever. I encourage you to continue this conversation beyond this conference, to transform research into action, and to never lose sight of the communities and ecosystem we're working to protect. We hope is that this conference become turning point, not just another event, but moment when we collectively committed to reversing to tide of pollution in our waters. Let this gathering strengthen our resolve to be better steward of our environment. Let us live here not just informed, but inspired and committed to action. The challenges are great, but so is our capacity to overcome them. Together, we can ensure that Indonesian waters once again become of a source of life. livelihood and pride for our nation also. Together, we can build a future when human health and environmental health are not competing interests but complementary goals. Together, we can turn to the tide, I guess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for this opportunity to share this talk with you. This conference sparked innovation, collaboration, and action that contribute healthier water and healthier communities across Indonesia and beyond. Let us continue to raise our voice for health and environment today and every day forward. I think that's enough from me. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian, and your decision today be fruitful and your impact is lasting. Selamat berkonferensi Bapak Ibu. Semoga semuanya dalam keadaan sehat. Salam hangat dari Jepang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. That was a very insightful and enlightening information about current pollution situation in Indonesian water set. Thank you very much. Okay, we will next we will have Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki from University Technology of Mara, who will deliver a topic about the human health costs in pollution. Sorry. Dr. Muhammad Afiq, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning everyone. How are you? Students and members of the floor, are you good? Okay, good. Okay, so now, all right, so I'm Muhammad Afiq Zaki. I'm the lecturer for Environmental Health and Safety from Faculty of Health Sciences, UITM Puncak Alam. Don't get mistake, Shah Alam is different, Puncak Alam is different. Though Alam at the back, we have another one. Puncak Perdana. So Puncak Perdana, Alam and all is totally different places. So please come forward and visit UITM later on. I invite all of you. Okay, without further ado, I would like to share. So this session I consider a sharing sessions on the human health cost of pollutions. All right, so I think I can use this. Okay, this is a very brief profile about me. I'm serving as a senior lecturer and also an international liaison officer. And I'm also the UITM T-Site coordinator and currently also Fulbright Malaysian American Commissions on Education Exchange Ambassador. So my fields of expertise is more into environmental and occupational health and safety, and it is under the health and wellness. Okay, next slide. Oh, I can use this one? Okay, good. So just click in the middle. Up and down? In the middle. Okay, good. Okay, now talking about the human health, I believe all of you as a graduates, undergraduates, or the researcher here, we know that every day we are talking about our own good of the human health. Okay, so human health refers to a physical, mental, and social well-being going beyond just the absence of disease to include the ability to handle stress, all right, maintain relationship, and adapt to challenges. And the key factors of these influencing health include the lifestyle choices, environmental condition, which is very important, access to healthcare, and societal structures. And all these will contribute or detract from an individual's overall health and quality of life. So I think everyone nowadays, even though in any sectors, academics, working sectors and all, we are talking about the quality of life and the mental well-being as well, not only the health and the disease, okay? Now, we would like to know how the environment where you live now impact our health. So nowadays, due to urbanizations or the increments of the populations, everyone wanted to get a better of their life every day. We have a lot of technology coming in. So we have a lot of the constructions and a lot of things discovered by human beings. So of course, it's come together with the effect. So one of it is actually the pollution, the air pollutions, inadequate water sanitations, chemicals. We have a lot of chemical today. Even the perfume that we spray today in the morning is also part of chemical, volatile organic compounds. And of course, we are talking about the radiation. Now, the radiation is not only when you go for the X-ray or when you're dealing with the nuclear, but also we have UV rays and all. And even today in this hall, we exposed to the lighting radiations. All right? and we also have community noise, occupational risk, agricultural practices, built environment, and also all this will lead to the climate change, of course. So we sometimes notice, I mean, people like me will notice that nowadays we can see the climate change. Those days in Malaysia, I think similar to Indonesia, towards the end of the year, we have a rainy season. But now it's a little bit shifted. Even though that we are expecting that towards December or November, we're going to have a lot of rain, but maybe nowadays we don't have any rains on the November or December, or somehow it's going to be rain during the dry season. So it is because of the climate change has took place eventually, all right? So there are several types of basic pollutants, though that we have listed all of it. So we can classify into the air pollutions, water pollutions, soil pollution, and also the noise pollutions, all right? So talking about the air pollution, a very brief one, I believe all of you understand what the air pollution is, the haze, the chemicals in it, and I would like to highlight a little bit more into particulate matter and the gases that we have in the air pollution. And talking about the air pollutions, though I know that this conference is talking about more waterborne toxicants and all, but talking about the health and also the human well-being, the pollutions actually came in all media, then we have to discuss all about it. And then one of the most important things talking about the air pollution is that you cannot control what you breathe in. You cannot think, okay, today I just only would like to breathe in oxygen, no other gas. We cannot. And eventually, you have to breathe in, and you don't have to think about that. It's happening 24/7 until the time for you to pass and to go for the world life hereafter. Okay, so you just go in, and you have only the nostril and all your lungs, and get filtered, and that's it. You cannot control whatever you inhale. All right. Now we go a little bit on the soil or land pollutions. Okay, so this is very substantially people can understand when we see the land pollutions, because we can see the debris, we can see a lot of things being thrown from our car, from the industry, from anything, that things that shouldn't be there, and you can see there's a lot of things on the land. And then at the end of the day, we know that the land is polluted, the parks is already like, you know, a lot of what we call the garbage, the leftover of the foods and all, everything comes in together in that pictures. Okay, so one of the picture I put there is actually the dump site. I think this is quite common in Malaysia as well, because people just simply go and make their own, what we call landfill. It is not eventually landfill, it is a dumping site, but most of the time toward the outskirts, a little bit in the rural area, they don't really have this kind of thing. So in my hometown, basically in Malaysia, in Kelantan, so it is actually quite far from the town. Most of the time, the villagers usually make their own dumping site because it's easy for them. They just go drive cars like a few kilometers away and they just dump it. And then they don't even understand what's going on after that. After the chemical reactions, the leachings of the chemicals or whatever flush into the stream, to the lands and all, and eventually it will contaminating the well's water. So over there, we have a lot of well's water still to be used as a daily use, and we drink, and we take a bath, and we wash out everything with that well waters, and we never knew what's inside it, all right? So now we talk about the examples of water pollution. So we have marine dumping, industrial waste, agriculture runoff, household waste, oil spill, plastic waste, sewage, mining activities, thermal pollution, and also radioactive contamination. Maybe I think in our Southeast region, Asia, the radioactive contaminations to the water or the marines might be a little bit lesser as compared to those in Russia or in very developed countries, because we don't really use them. But however, the rest of others is still very, very high. As I actually flew in to Surabaya as we are approaching from the flight, so I keep looking at the sea, so we can see the murky water and the very muddy ones, and then come together and mix with the clear water of the sea as we approach the Juanda airport. And the same environment, the same situation also happen in, as we reaching Kuala Lumpur International airports or in Penang. So we can see that these differences of the water is actually coming out from the land, being disposed of through the estuaries, and we know that there's something happened there. And the pollution is basically for real. Though we have a lot of laws and the protection acts of the environment and all,
though it looks like all this industry abide and following the rules, and how does these things happen, as we can see from the top view. So I hope that all of you who are traveling in and out later on, just look outside the window, try to get the best seat window and observe this. Okay, I always observe this. All right, now, so talking all the combinations of these pollutions, so of course it's going to give the health effects. Okay, for the pollutions, it goes in, can cause the nerve damage, volatile organic compound, particulate matter, asthma, skin irritations. Some of you might got skin irritation when you travel because it has a different concoctions of chemical in the water. Some we call it hot water, so sometimes some of you might feel that, oh, when I take a bath this morning, I got a skin irritation. It's for real. It's not that you are sensitive, but maybe your skin is sensitive to whatever inside that water. All right? And then we have respiratory illness, prominent cardiovascular illnesses get increased. The pesticide from the agriculture, everyone wanted to eat leaf and vegetables and try to be healthy as they may by having a salad in the morning, but you never know what people put or the farmers put at the salad or in the carrots. We call it wortel here, is it? In Indonesia, the wortel, the cauliflower, they just pour in the pesticide to make sure that it is a very prominently good looking before sell in the supermarket. So actually what you eat in the morning to be healthy tend to be poisonous. All right, so you have to think about that again. If you get a very, very good leafy vegetables, no ulat or no pests go and make a hole to the leafy things. You must remember that it might full of pesticide. All right. All right. So this is actually typically the exposure of combination of the concoctions of pollution can cause basically neurodegenerative disease, the cognitive diseases. So most of the time, now we keep saying that some kids might have a little bit laid back in terms of the cognitive thinking. Okay, it is not because of the kids itself, but to be honest, whatever you inhale in, the contaminations of lead in the air, or the drinking of the water containing lead, it also can cause this degenerative of cognitive thinking. We easily accuse the kids, you're so lazy, you don't want to read the books. And whatever I teach you, why you didn't pick up, why you're so slow. It's actually come together, the concoctions of this issue comes together with the environment that you live in, all right? So this is actually proven through a lot of research. I mean, you just can Google the impact of the cognitive or slow cognitive among children due to the pollutions. This is very real, all right? And then we have increased numbers of respiratory problems, the lung cancers, and now cancers is everywhere. And we have acute liver failure, inflammation, fibrosis, and cancer, heart rhythm problem, cardiovascular increase, fertility problem, decrease of semen quality, polycystic ovary syndrome, diabetic, obesity, thyroid skin, and whatever it is named, it is actually because we live in the environment that polluted so much in any media. The moment you step out on the land, you got this to your skin. If the moment you want to sleep and you breathe in the air in the night, also you breathe in pollutants. The moment you take a bath and swim in the river, the skin dermal contact and go through your nostril, through your eyes, and whatsoever, all the heavy metal in the water goes into your body, all right? But fret not, I'm not saying this that you are living in a very poisonous thing, but it is actually what happened, all right? So now, all these pollutants basically increase or incline into impact of the climate change. So now with all these pollutants, we have a lot of greenhouse gases released, and then it causes a climate change. And then climate change is coming back to us. So that's why we always say that what goes around comes around. You basically live in, and then you make a pollutant, and pollutant impact the environment, and we do experience climate change, and climate change come back to us. So, based on the study by Howard et al. In 2020 about the climate health and health affair in US, they're expecting using the the community maps. They wanted to see what would be the losses, okay, what would be the costs when you got sick, when you cannot go for work. So all this kind of thing is basically increase the human healthcare costing. You have to be admitted to the ward. You have to take some pills to make sure that you're coming back and have a very good energetic life. Even I have to take supplement
for certain things to make sure that you are energetic because you have a mental lethargy and all. I think everyone does the vitamin C and whatnot. So it's eventually increase the human health cost maintenance. Okay, as we can see here, they put it in the respiratory patients ages 65 and above, cardiovascular patient 65, less than that, and the cardiovascular patients age 65. This is among the parameters that they put in, and they wanted to check either the losses due to this may increase the human health cost. And it was proven enough that every year, this study was conducted in 2015-2016 with more than 11,000 of the patients, and they figure out that the escalating numbers of the US dollar per year due to the work loss, and on top of that, we have loss at the healthcare. Because for you to recover, you will be admitted to ward. You have to pay some more to the wards. You have to pay some more for the medicines, and you have to pay some more for your extra supplement to make sure that you're coming back and good, all right? So all this kind of thing will cost you in a way that you might not be that calculative, but eventually you have to pay more for that on top of your normal daily needs, the food, the electricity bills, the cars, the house you have to pay, and on top of that, you also have to maintain your health, and you have to take the supplement and the medicine, okay? The maintenance. Okay, now we go a little bit on the pollutions that in China, India, USA, Russia, Japan, and Indonesia. So that's basically the graph talking about the human health costs due to the combustions of due to the air pollution, due to the combustions of certain items. So as we can see, for the Indonesia, we have a lot of losses due to the solid biofuel usage. Solid biofuels includes the open burning, all right? So I think Malaysia and Indonesia, we are sharing the same approach of the farming capacities. Towards the end of the day, after we plow everything and we will come back, we would like to do replanting, we also burn to ashes all the debris, all the branches and all. But now the technology comes in, especially for the palm oil plantation, they convert everything is actually to be useful organic material, okay? The leaf of and the stem or whatever from the palm oil plantation, they don't really burn out. So they just convert it to any other things to be used in other sectors as well. So we can see that all these air pollution related issues increase not only in third world country, developing country, even in a developed country like USA and Russia, they are having the same issues because we burn petang-petang in the evening, we go and burn the leaf in front of our house and also in our agriculture. But for them, in order to have lesser electricity bills, they have to burn the coal to get warm during the cold season. So this is actually increased more on the total coal burning, especially for the China, for the Russia, and also for the Japan. They have all this. Because not everyone is affordable to pay for the electricity bills from the renewable energy, all right? They have to use a conventional method as well, guna arang batu, the coal, all right? So, other than that, instead only these countries are having experience with the increment numbers or the health cost burden every year. In UK, eventually shows that heat-related mortalities alone projected to cost about 6.8 billion annually in the 2020s, and it's escalating up to 14.7 billion per year in 2050s. This is what they are projecting, that the 6.8 is about double of that in 14.7 billion. And this is all because of the hospital admission due to extreme heat and also air pollution related illnesses. And then they are now talking about the net zero roadmap, investing in sustainable procurement. So we are now towards talking urbanization and also the sustainable development. Okay, so this is also similar things happen in US. We know that in US everything is so expensive, and they have one of the most highly density populations in the world as well. So of course it's up to escalating of 1 trillion annually by 2050, and this mainly due to heat stroke, chronic respiratory condition, and also the vector-borne disease like Lyme disease and West Nile virus. Likewise in Malaysia, Indonesia, and all the Southeast Asian region, we're having dengue, and over there they have this West Nile virus and Lyme disease. All right, and also in the island, they are also talking about the same thing. They have to project about 1 billion annually just because of the health system. Because this is why it is important for you guys to understand about this. Let's say I'm having one policy of health insurance. For the past few years, they never, what do we call that? Recalculate what will be the amount that you have to pay monthly. And I've just received an email that they have to increase, all right, the premium that I have to pay monthly. It is because everyone got warded, and the takaful, or the collections of the money to be paid to the hospital after you're covered by the insurance, has lowered, I mean the whole funds. So now they started to recalculate back, and they're reenacting that to the customer, and you have to pay more. Though you might already assign this health policy for the past 15 years, which never been revised, and now they revise it back. Okay, it is because of the healthcare has increased in terms of its whatever costing it is. A lot of people being admitted, and they have to get the funds back on track so that they can pay back to the hospital. Okay? This is actually the study about the total emission per year. What I would like to highlight here, we have this total emission per year, very great numbers of it. All right, for the air pollution, this is very recent. In 2024, the air pollution in Southeast Asia and air quality management and research. Okay, so we figure out that Indonesia is also one of the contributors of giving total emission. I know it is because of what? We have a lot of population, highly density, a lot of people using the cars. We cannot do our daily life without cars, isn't it? Everyone have motorbike, and everyone need to cook, and anyone have to move. All right, so eventually we see that the Cambodia has a very little combustion total emission. It is because of the sparse numbers of the populations. They might not need to travel anywhere, and we know that Indonesia is one of the huge, all right, archipelagos. You have to travel by aeroplane, and all that will eventually add up to the emissions in total. And overall, what I would like to highlight for this graph is basically that the comparison of the effect of pollution on the mobility and mortality with those other risk factors shows that pollution continues to be one of the largest risk factors for diseases and premature death globally. All right, so let me share this, the most polluted city in Southeast Asia. So we have Jakarta, number 1. The second is Kuching. Even though the Kuching is very small, but yeah, it is polluted, the second rank. And we have Hanoi, Yangon, Kuala Lumpur, Ho Chi Minh, Chiang Mai, Singapore, and Bangkok. Okay, I think because of Singapore is actually was surrounded by the sea, so the breeze will just like move it away. As compared to Kuching, it's also like a little bit in the middle. It's near the Kalimantan as well, and also the Bangkok. All right, so this air quality index was produced by the Sea Asia Statistic in 2023, and I think it will just go up and down a little bit here and there. And in Malaysia, of course, every year we're going to have haze, and also our air quality index fluctuates very high every day. All right? So talking about the air pollution, the silent killer, we call it because, again, I told you, even when you're sleeping, you have to breathe in the poison. You have to breathe in the toxicant. You cannot choose. Or otherwise you have to use filter. I don't think so. If you put the filter, you cannot sleep, all right? And you got a high blood pressure, and you got stroke. So which you have to experience it, okay? All right. A little bit on the developing country. Now, it is because of whatever happened now, we are towards urbanizations, and all these complexes become a problem because we would like to make sure that our life is better and better from our ancestors. Everyone now is living in the aircons, everyone switch on the aircon, switch on the laptop, using electricity, burning more coals, more things, and everyone use things that produce CO2 a lot, and this is actually the impacts of the urbanizations. We cannot run from that, but we can control later on. And then the urban health impact is basically now the cities that we live will be the epicenter of non-communicable disease epidemic. Non-communicable disease like cardiovascular, respiratory, and all. It is not communicable, but it's become the packly populated person who experience this. Okay, so urban health impact, starting from the water, from the air, healthy diet, climate change, and diseases. So all these things is actually run together parallel with the urbanization because it's not that we never understand, but we do understand the impact, but we always said, oh, I'm just doing it a little bit.
But basically for the whole population, it will be accumulated and cost this some more and more and more until everyone start to understand that all these issues is because of the urbanizations. Okay, so now what we can do is towards the sustainable development. So sustainable development is development that meets the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation by a different approach to look at balance and different on the competing, the needs again and awareness of the environmental, social and economic limitation. That's why now we are talking about the 17 goals of to transform our worlds, okay? Sustainable Development Goal. I think you can read about this, and we have 17 SDGs. Okay, Sustainable Development Dimension is basically highlighting that economic growth does not equate to happiness. Though we think that our country is very, very good, well developed, but it doesn't mean that we are happy in it. That's why we have happiness index now, because we wanted to know either the person who lives in the urban area, in the city, or the rural, much more happier. In Malaysia, we have Kuala Terengganu as the most highest happiest index, not Kuala Lumpur, though the highest development is in Kuala Lumpur, Johor, but the happiness index is very high in Kuala Terengganu. I think because they have a lot of seaside, so people can just go walk around and they have a very good view every day, so it's increased the happiness, I suppose. Okay, so for the society, we have environmental, society and culture, economic consideration balance to pursue to improve our quality of life. And also, this is the challenges in terms of socio-economics, the population itself, the technology, and also environment-driven trends. So just want to share with you, this is the highlight of the Malaysia. That's why when I came to Malang, I think it's a little bit cooler. We have a lot of, and surrounded by a lot of hills as well, and also the greeneries. It is, one of my friends said, does Malang is a little bit cooler? Yeah, I said, it is cooler, not a sizzling hot like what we had experienced in Puncak Alam. Okay, it's not sizzling hot like that. So over there, I think Pak Ria, Dr. Rahma have been there in Puncak Alam. It's very hot, isn't it? Yeah, you're coming out from the car, you straight away want to go back to your car because you want the aircon blow on your face, okay? So for the past decades, we had increased about 1 degree Celsius, which is very, very important that is actually we are experiencing the global warming. And then this is the biggest issue with the public health for the 21st century. All right, so it is projected that 250 per 1,000 additional deaths per year between 2030 to 2050 due to exposure of heat, diarrhea, malaria, and childhood undernutrition. So we always notice that when the student registrations comes in, the student fall and pass away because they are awaiting under the sun. It is because of the heat stroke. Eventually, we didn't use the words, but we said that the student collapsed and they passed away. We didn't use the heat stroke, but basically it's the heat stroke, right? So this is the impact of the climate change, of course, to the human, environment, security, and also ecosystem. And just want to share a little bit what would be the Malaysia strategy to address climate change. So Malaysia is currently one of the most urbanized countries in Southeast Asia, with more than 70% of the population are living in the city. I also came from the rural area and go to Kuala Lumpur. All right, so one of it contributing to that 70%. And majority, the Malaysia greenhouse gas emission came from the urban setting, and it is on the energy sector, waste sector, and industrial sector, more into electricity and the transportations. And now we have this environmental determinants of health. So now we are more talking about the clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food, and also the secure shelter. All right. Impact of climate change on health. Of course, we are looking into the changing disease pattern, imaging and re-imaging of the disease, vulnerable population health services interruption, including the vector-borne disease, malaria now coming back, and Aedes mosquito is hardly maintained because we have a lot of heat, we have a little bit of water here and there due to a lot of the pollution on land, so that they can straight away reproducing themselves. And in Malaysia, we have NEHAP, National Environmental Health Action Plan. Whatever it is written here, I think every other country also have similar, but this is basically targeted to the way of how Malaysian handling the national issue on the environmental health and its action plan. Okay, so just want to share, this is the top 10 priority list of environmental health issue in Malaysia. Number 1, we are more focusing on children's environmental health. The second one, vector-borne diseases, contamination of drinking water, sources and emerging of water pollution. We have urban health, climate change issues, food safety and contaminations, human exposure to pesticides and other environmental chemical, zoonotic diseases,
exposure to ionizing and non-ionizing radiation, and also exposure to fine particles. All right, so I think this is whatever now we are doing in order to make sure that the sustainable development achieved in Malaysia. And also we cannot combat the climate change, but we can try to control by having this sustainable development. I think this is not function. Can you go to the next slide? It start. Okay, so to conclude, despite decline in deaths from household air and water pollution still causes more than 9 million deaths each year globally, then this number hasn't changed in 2015, and pollution control received little attention in either official development assistance or global philanthropy, and the triad of pollutions, climate change, and biodiversity loss in the key global environmental issues of our time is a key factors for you to look into. All right? Next one. Okay, so I just want to highlight this one. We basically live today, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. And protecting the air and water of our children's breath is not an optional, it is actually our shared moral and economic imperative. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for a very informative presentation, Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki. Next, we will hear from Professor Ahmad Saifuddin, a lesson about bioremediation for mitigation and prevention of waterborne pollutants. Thank you, Muhammad. Professor Ahmad Saifuddin, the stage is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. Okay, my presentation, please. Okay, today I'm going to share you my dilemma actually. When I come back to Indonesia, you know, this is very common for lecture, for example, for doing research with 1 million rupiah. You know 1 million rupiah, 300 ringgit. This is very common in Indonesia. So I'm telling you how to do that. Okay, I'm sharing about, okay, this is very cheap research in Indonesia and we can survive as a lecture, for example. So I'm now lead LPPM means RMC in Malaysia. So I manage Institute for Research and Community Services, and I also manage, this is the only research center in Indonesia focusing on environmental health in pesantren. So I will share you next. And also I'm now a distinguished professor in CIMATS, India. This is the good institution, QS 36 by subject. Okay, next please. Okay, this is my dilemma in Indonesia actually, specifically in Indonesia. There are a lot of problem when we are doing research. For example, here, lack of funding. You know, maybe, I don't know in Unisma, but in general in Indonesia, for example, in Lotai University, for example, in Madura, maybe there is no money for doing research. So the first thing, and also sometimes in university there is no money for support the research. I don't know. And also the government very limited budget from government because okay in Indonesia maybe 200,000 university in Indonesia. And also in educate infrastructure, a lot of university in Indonesia, there is no laboratory. So it's mean the people is laboratory, environmental laboratory, for example. And for the next problem is the aftermarket. When we have some technology, for example, if the technology is expensive, this will be the next problem in Indonesia. So the potential solution I suggest, promoting local research, is mean encouraging researchers to focus on local issue and develop something locally by, for example, research method or material. So doing research in Indonesia is very challenging. Therefore, research here has to be cheap. What's mean cheap? Explore available natural resources, because we have a lot of natural resources here, and must be easy to use, because complicated technology will be other problem. For example, because our people don't have a good knowledge about technology, for example. Next please. I will show you about pesantren, Islamic boarding school. If you know that every single day we can see santri, student, use water without treating. So they use directly river water, for example, for drinking, for bathing, for daily activities, without treatment. Wow, how? We have a lot of problems. So that's why if student commonly, for example, every day use untreated water, and in water, in untreated water, a lot of bacteria, for example, a lot of fungi, for example, a lot of complicated microorganisms. So that's why for the next, the question is, maybe for the next new disease, we don't know. Because sometimes microorganisms transform. That's why problem. So that's why from that problem we can try to search in Google Scholar how in Indonesia is still problem. Why there is no technology, a lot of research, but no technology for that. That's why I developed Center for Environmental Health of Pesantren in Unisma. Next, please. Okay, so for traditional pesantren, we cannot propose expensive, complicated water treatment. I will show you the option. Reverse osmosis membrane, no. In Indonesia, there is no money. It is complicated, high energy demand. We don't have money, traditional pesantren, because they study freely for students. There is no money in pesantren. Or the option is ion exchange process. This is very complicated technology. Pesantren love knowledge about that. Pesantren, you know, read kitab kuning only. There is technology in their curriculum. That's a problem. So which one the best option for traditional community? Next, please. Okay, so that's why I'm thinking with my team, shifting from very complicated, expensive chemicals to the natural adsorbent. For example, in last few years, maybe some people using activated aluminum for water purification. From now, we can shifting from chemical to the natural. We have a lot of natural here. For example, we have a lot of leaves. Natural agriculture waste residue, for example, we have a lot. Why we cannot explore that? So for activated carbon, for example, coconut shell, we have a lot. Coconut shell from palm oil, for example, we have a lot. And also, we can move from complicated or chemicals or expensive to the natural adsorbent for water purification. For next, this is the example, my research by I'm doing about activated carbon from coconut shell and from palm oil shell, and this is very effective to remove nanopollutant, silver nanoparticles from water, from the river. So this is proven by using very natural activated carbon. Next, please. Okay, this is also shell from coconut. We can use that the efficiency of the activated carbon can remove COD, BOZ, zinc, iron about more than 60%, depending on the type of pollutant. This is proven. Natural resources can be used for water purification, and this is potential to be implemented in very traditional community like in Indonesia. Next, please. Okay, so that's why when we have material, natural material, we can develop a very simple but for water purification. For example, slow sand filtration, combining natural resources, sands, with activated carbon. We can develop very simple and low-cost treatment technology, and it can be implemented in like pesantren, for example, or traditional community in Indonesia. Next, please. Okay, this is the example. The first method for water purification, adsorption. Now we can move to the coagulation principles. Also, we can move shifting from chemical or complicated to the natural coagulant. Before, some people traditionally using aluminum sulfate, tawas. People, okay, we can move to the natural one by using our natural resources. For example, we have a lot of seeds. We had a lot of leaves, for example. So many natural resources here, and we can explore for making natural coagulant for water purification. Next, please. The example my research is first one. We have a lot of banana stem here. We can use as a natural coagulant. We have a lot of carica papaya seed. We can use this as a natural coagulant, and the natural coagulant can remove 90% turbidity from polluted water, depending on the use a natural coagulant. So it means we can move from complicated to the traditional one by using natural resources here. Next, please. Okay, from the simple technology by using natural coagulant, we have a simple water treatment that has been installed in this country. Very simple. This is the news, our technology. Next, please. This is the example. By using natural resources, we can provide clean water for community, for pesantren. This is the example how untreated water become clean water. This is in pesantren Babu Salam. Next, please. And this is also in pesantren Bustanul Ulum. This is our simple technology, activated carbon and filtration using sands. We can provide clean water for pesantren. Very simple and research. Next, please. Okay, this is also for drinking water. We provide for pesantren. Next, please. So UNUSA water, our technology has been installed in 10 provinces in Indonesia, and we provide more than 100,000 clean water for people has used our technology UNUSA by using traditional and simple, and also using natural resources that can be used for water purification. Next, please. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. That was quite fast presentation. Thank you, Professor Ahmad Syaifuddin. Now we will open the floor for question. Please feel free to raise your question. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Riki Sindi Praristia. Right now I am from Taipei Medical University. I have a question for, the last presentation. Yeah, it's very interesting because I'm also a santri. Yeah, I have been 6 years in boarding school, Islamic boarding school. So I know what happened in Islamic boarding school, and I agree. Yeah, the sanitation need more attention. My question is, the idea I think is quite interesting, but the problem is this technology is using gravity, right? Because it's using the filter, using the carbon active. The question is, the problem with the water filtering system is quite slow, right? But the santri using it, the debit is quite high. So how to solve this problem in your opinion? Thank you very much.
Okay, we can use a combination. For example, for my Unusa water, it is not by gravity, but by pumping, upflow. So it means we can manage the flow. If you need 1 million liter per day, it is depending on the system and the pumping, right? So it is not by gravity, because by gravity is very slow. But actually, if you are using by gravity, you can bigger the size. So it means you can provide more water for the pesantren.
Okay, can I follow the answer with another question?
Yeah, you may.
Thank you. And because we're using like a carbon active, right? It's very interesting. My question is, because carbon active need something like porous substance or porous material, so it can filter even for the nano pollutant. Is it possible to recycle? Yeah, because you know the SDG, right? So it will be sustained for using it again, using it again, using it again. So my question is, can we reuse it again after we using again and again and again? Thank you.
Okay. Now technology can make a carbon active not in single use, but we can repeated use. Now, for example, in Unusa water, if you want to wash the carbon active being used, just wash the system backwash, the name backwash. You know, it's very simple. So how long the carbon active be used for treating water, depending on the polluted water you use, depending on the water. But you can combine with, for example, sand. Sand is cheap, right? Yeah, depending on your target, the water treatment for drinking or for sanitation, for example, depending on it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hope are you satisfied with the answer? Yes, thank you. Maybe another question from audience? Okay. Microphone, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all. And here my name is Nurlaila Fitria and I come from undergraduate college from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Malang. And now here I would like to ask the first presentation from Mr. Rio. And I have two questions. The first question is, what dosage of plumbum or PB can cause antibiotic resistance, and in which preparation? Is that a liquid, powder, or solid? And furthermore, what are the percentages for sensitive, intermediate, and resistant results? And the second question, does the PB preparation from your previous answer have a significant impact on antibiotic resistance, given the sensitive, intermediate, and resistant percentage you just mentioned? I think it's just, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll answer right, yeah?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so for the concentration, we used 100 to 500 ppm, and I think around a high ppm is when you see, well, too high of a ppm would cause all bacteria to die. So it's actually below a certain point, like 0.5 ppm is when they can survive. So it's not really, well, it is 0.5 ppm is what we see in some areas. So it is still possible to occur in nature, I suppose. Now, as for the next question is about determining the sensitivity. We compare it with a database. So, for instance, in the database, ceftazidime resistance is X millimeters. Let's say 15. That means lower than 15 is resistant, higher than 15 is sensitive, something like that. So we compare like that. And then the percentage is low. Yes, I agree. But I think we do need to do more studies in other hospitals. We just did it in one hospital. And we've already contacted a few hospitals, and they say they are interested in also allowing us to do that test. So before we have more tests, we don't know if that number is relevant, significant or not. You know, I think, does that answer your question? Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe we will still have more time for question. Oh, for 2 questions. Anybody want to ask question? We have special merchandise for audience who ask question today. Come on, don't be shy. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Right. From the committee, maybe? Any question, committee? No? Aye. All right. I think that's a wrap. Thank you for very informative presentation from our presenter today. Thank you for your coming. We will have some merchandise given to presenter today. Yeah. And it will be given by the Dean of Medical Faculty.
We would like to present the ceremonial gift as a symbol of unity and collaboration. We kindly request the Dean of Medical Faculty, Universitas Islam Malang, to symbolically give the vandal and certificate.
And the first vandal and certificates will be given to Surya Akmal, PhD from Indonesia. Okay, with the terms Toxicants in Indonesian water, current situation. Okay, the second vandal and certificates will be given to Rio Risandiansya, Asket MP PhD from Indonesia, with the terms from contaminant resistance, investigation the role of pollutants in shaping antibiotic resistance.
And the third certificate and vandal will be given to Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zeki from Malaysia with the speech, The Human Health Cost of Pollution. And the fourth certificate and vandal will be given to Professor Ahmad Safiuddin SSE MPhil PhD from Indonesia with the speech, Bioremediation for Mitigation and Prevention of Waterborne Pollutant. Thank you once again for your extraordinary presence at our conference.
Okay, that's concluded our session this morning. Thank you very much again, Mr. Rio, Mr. Surya Genta, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Afiq Zaki, and Professor Ahmad Saifuddin. Thank you very much. And all participants, thank you very much for your coming today. Thank you so much. Okay, now allow me to return the program to the MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for moderator, Dr. Rosaria Dian Lestari, and Biomed. And ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda from today, presentation from PT Wadia Prima Mulia. Please welcome Fitria Dwi Ayuningtyas PhD to the stage.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everybody, selamat pagi semuanya. Apakah suara saya sudah bisa terdengar? Okay. Thank you very much everybody. My name is Fitria Dwi Ayuningtyas. I'm from PT Wadia Prima Mulia. And today I would like to share a presentation about our product that distributed by our company, PT Wadia Prima Mulia. So the product is confocal laser scanning microscope from Eviden or Olympus previously. Okay. Should I share screen or? Apakah dari panitia atau saya share sendiri ya? Oke, baik. Ya. Boleh di next. Sebelumnya, beforehand, I would like to introduce that PT Wadia Prima, also Eviden, are collaborated with ITB, and we have a reference laboratory called Scientific Imaging Center located in Bandung. And all the researchers from all Indonesia can access the SIC to support their advanced research in imaging. Okay, next. This is a vision and mission. The vision is to become a leading imaging center in Indonesia that can provide a multi-user microscopy facility for all researchers around Indonesia and to support developmental of advanced research and educational and academic purpose. This next. This is our core activity in the reference laboratory, SIC. We support the academic research and also play a role as an imaging laboratory reference. If all the institution or some institution in Indonesia would like to develop their imaging laboratory, so they can come to us, have a training, and also as a reference for their imaging laboratory in their institution. Also, we actively engage in the community development to develop the imaging community in Indonesia, and also actively engage in Southeast Asia community and global community. Next. This is a flow of support for scientific imaging centers. So all researchers, maybe from Unisma or another university and institution in Indonesia, can access our equipment in scientific imaging center by sending a request to us. And we will introduce our facility, also give a training to operate the imaging system from Eviden or from Olympus, we called it previously, and to access this equipment and doing research in our facility. Next. So this is a location of our reference laboratory, Scientific Imaging Center, the collaboration laboratory between Eviden, Wadia Prima Mulia, and ITB. Okay, next. So that's a little bit introduction about Scientific Imaging Center as our reference laboratory. And now let me introduce our system from Eviden. Maybe some of you know the previous name of Eviden is Olympus microscope. So this is the new generation of the confocal laser scanning microscope from Eviden. The feature is we have a new detector called silver detector, which is very high efficiency, long lifetime, and it's very sensitive for a confocal laser scanning microscope. And also we have now the photon counting system, so it allows us to do the quantification for our imaging data. And also the addition of near-infrared laser, so we can detect and observe using the near-infrared marker. So it allows us to give a lot wider observation and also a lot of markers we can use in the same time. And then extended scanner performance, it allows us to observe it very fast. And the powerful macro to micro imaging, the objective lengths are various from 1 to 0.5 times to 100 times magnification, and all the software are included with AI. So we have an AI-based noise reduction and analysis with the modular design that meet your needs. Next. Okay, please, next. So we're going to talk about the detector. This is a new patent detector from Olympus or Eviden microscope. Next, please. Okay, so there's several issues that we face during the imaging, during our imaging technique. Sometimes noise and then noise occur in our data. Also the dynamic range is a bit smaller and we cannot detect the near infrared marker. So to overcome this trouble and this problem, please next, we developed this new technology in Eviden that give a wider dynamic range and high sensitivity. So previously we have this gas TMT detector that sometimes we still have a noise here, but with the new detector we call silver detector, it's very sensitive and there's no noise, and also the wider dynamic range give us a very uniform data, not saturated and not lower in other part, but all are uniform. Next. And here also we see the new detector giving us a high efficiency for detection compared to previous detector. Next, please. This is a new patent. It's only had by Evident or Olympus. So there's no other brand who has this patent and apply it to their system. Okay, next. We can see the new scanner are very sensitive and low noise compared to previous scanner. Okay, next. And in the new system, okay, next. In the new system, we extended the detector into 6-channel detection, so we can increase more markers in the same time. So previously we have only 4 markers we can observe in the same time, but now in the new system we can detect until 6 markers in the same time. The imaging range is from 400 to 900 nanometers, and it can give us ability to detect the near-infrared marker. Next. Also, because of the wider dynamic range, we can put 10 laser lines parallelly in the system, and we can detect more markers for the detection of our sample from one sample. Okay, next. It's also supported by a new objective line that gives a corrected chromatic aberration higher than before, also higher numerical aperture and excellent flatness, giving us a very good image result, such as this. You can see very good image result and very high resolution. Okay, next. Through this confocal, we can do the multiplex imaging. Previously, only 4 colors in the same time, but in the new system, we can detect until 6 colors in the same time. So we can detect 6 different structure, for example, in the sample, in the cell, with using the same sample. Okay, next. And this objective lens with the high resonance scanner also allow us to see deeper for 3D imaging. So we can have a thick sample and we can see what's inside the sample very clear. Next. Okay, and also we can have this is improvement from the previous generation of confocal laser scanning microscope. Next, please. And it allows us to do the macro to micro imaging, because now we have a 1.25 times magnification for objective lens. Next. So we can detect the macro imaging and then zoom in to the micro imaging until 100 times magnification, so we can see very clearly in some area and got the whole image mapping from the 1.25 objective lens. Next, please. Okay, next, please. So this is an example, macro to micro imaging. The macro imaging, we get this whole image, and then we can emphasize only in some part area with the higher magnification objective lens. Okay, next. This is also the example of macro to micro imaging. Next. This is still a sample for macro to micro imaging. And also the extended macro to micro imaging can allow us to get the super resolution image for a very small sample. And with the high and faster scanner, it can allow us to do this observation. Okay, next. This is also will allow us to do the live imaging because of the fast scanner now. And with the near infrared imaging, it's less phototoxicity to the cells, so we can do live imaging very good with this system. Okay, next. This is an example video for live imaging for detection of the nanoparticle inside the cells. Okay, next. We also can get this example with the system for the live imaging. Next. And we can detect, this is a video, can you play? Next. Yeah, for the cell growth. Okay, and All the software are included AI, so we can enhance our image result without making manipulation to the data. So for example, like this, we can enhance the fluorescence intensity from the image. And then next, yeah, we also can do online processing such as segmentation, counting, and everything automatically with the AI software. Okay, next. This is a segmentation, next. And this system is very modular, so one system can be modified and to meet your needs. Next. For example, you need the inverted microscope as a body, so we can use these types of inverted microscope, IX85, with the same configuration for the confocal. Or if we use a slide glass sample, we can use upright microscope body such as this BX63. And if you use for the neuroscience, we can use the BX63 e-physiology with the patch clamping. And for the animal model analysis, we can use the GAN3. So this system can be modified like regarding to our own research or our needs. But the most highest utility is with the inverted microscope IX83. Okay, next. This is also the objective lines we can use. Okay, next. Next. And yeah, I think that's all the presentation. And the application, it can be used very wide, from the biotechnology research, biology research, medical, environmental. So it's very wide application for the confocal laser scanning microscope. Hope this gives you an insight about our product, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Fitria. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to inform you that lunch breaks start from 11:20 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Kindly proceed as follows, and we look forward to welcome you for the second session at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Jurusan FK Unisma yaitu pengembangan di bidang keanekaragaman hayati dan pemanfaatannya sebagai penunjang pengobatan dan pengembangan tim bantuan medis dalam bencana dan kegawat daruratan yang berlandaskan keislaman dan Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah Fakultas Mayjen. Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang telah mendapatkan status akreditasi B dari BAN PT 2011 dan non PTKes 2016. Saat ini terdapat 4 program studi di Fakultas Kedokteran, yaitu program studi pendidikan dokter, program studi profesi dokter, program studi farmasi, dan administrasi rumah sakit. Kerjasama dengan banyak universitas baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri terkait tridharma perguruan tinggi dan pengembangan karakter dan kepemimpinan mahasiswa maupun staf pengajar dilakukan melalui berbagai program pertukaran pelajar, research attachment, pertemuan ilmiah, dan beberapa program akademik serta non-akademik lainnya.
Selamat datang di program studi farmasi Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Malang. Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma siap membangun generasi farmasi yang kompeten dan berintegritas. Farmasi bukan hanya sekedar meracik obat, tetapi juga meracik harapan untuk kesembuhan.
Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma menggabungkan teori dan praktik untuk mengembangkan kemampuan mahasiswa dalam bidang kimia farmasi.
Di laboratorium kimia farmasi terdapat berbagai macam peralatan canggih seperti spektrofotometer dan lemari asam.
Perlu diingat, laboratorium ini dipenuhi oleh bahan kimia. Untuk itu, jangan lupa memakai alat pelindung diri seperti sarung tangan dan masker.
Teknologi formulasi.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Formulasi dan Teknologi Farmasi. Di sini kami melakukan praktikum dan penelitian pembuatan sediaan farmasi.
Bahan alam farmasi.
Di laboratorium ini berfokus pada penelitian dan pengembangan dari bahan alam. Selain itu, di sini dilakukan analisis dan ekstraksi dari bahan alam. Untuk mendukung keterampilan dan pengetahuan mahasiswa dalam penelitian dan praktikum, Prodi Farmasi FK Unisma memiliki fasilitas dan peralatan dengan berlandaskan Islam Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. Lulusan kami siap berkontribusi pada kesehatan masyarakat. Mari menjadi bagian dari kami membangun kesehatan bangsa Indonesia.
Dari sebuah pilihan, tapi kemana langkah harus melaju? Universitas Islam Malang hadir sebagai ruang bertumbuh dan melangkah ke dunia global dengan tetap berpijak pada akar nilai luhur berlandaskan Islam Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. Di sini, mahasiswa tidak hanya belajar dari para ahli, tapi juga berdiskusi dan bereksperimen di laboratorium, perpustakaan, serta praktik lapangan. Dengan dukungan fasilitas modern, kolaborasi, dan semangat inovasi yang terus menyala, Unisma menjadi kampus unggul dan berdaya saing global serta melahirkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di berbagai bidang. Membawa semangat perubahan dan kontribusi demi kemajuan peradaban yang berkelanjutan. Pilihan hari ini penentu masa depan hebatmu. Bersama Unisma, terbang melesat menuju kampus berkelas dunia. Pilihan hari ini menentukan masa depan esok. Universitas Islam Malang menjadi ruang bertumbuh dan berinovasi. Berbagai program studi di Unisma telah terakreditasi internasional, unggul, dan baik sekali. Dengan pembelajaran yang inklusif di laboratorium, perpustakaan, praktik lapangan, serta peluang kolaborasi yang luas, Unisma siap mencetak lulusan berdaya saing global. Unisma, tempatmu melesat menjadi generasi berkelas dunia.
Welcome
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Malang International Conference on Herbs and Toxicants 2025. Before we proceed to the next agenda, we would like to show a video of our sponsor, Bank Jatim Syariah, who generously support this conference.
Thank you, Bank Jatim Syariah. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, presentation session 2 will be moderated by Mrs. Ike Widyaningrum M.Farm. Allow me to read her short bio. Mrs. Ike Widyaningrum M.Farm, a dedicated lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Malang, and an activity researcher in pharmaceutical formulation and drug delivery system. She is currently pursuing her doctoral studies at Universitas Erlangga under a prestigious national scholarship. She previously completed both her bachelor's and master's degrees in pharmacy at the same university. Her research achievements include receiving grants from the Directorate General of Higher Education Research and Technology. Please welcome Mrs. Ike Widyaningrum M.Farm for leading this great session.
Thank you for MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again in this floor, 7th floor postgraduate building after a break sessions. And now I will invite our 4 keynote speakers and welcome to the symposium session of the 2nd Malang International Conference on Herb and Toxicants. Now, I would like to invite our distinguished keynote speaker to come forward to the stage, Professor Jia Jungli, PhD from Taiwan, and then Dr. Dini Sri Damayanti, MKes from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Norfilza Mukhtar from Malaysia, and Associate Professor Muhammad Sukri bin Moharis from Malaysia. Please give them a warm round of applause as they dare take a seat. Please have a seat for the speaker. Okay. We will wait Dr. Dini, but I will continue our session. In this session, we will hear from the distinguished expert who will share their insight and recent findings related to herb, toxicant, and health issue. Each speaker will be given approximately 30 minutes for their presentation and will continue with Q&A session. And then first, we will listen to the presentation from our keynote speaker, Professor Chia Jungli, PhD from Taiwan. CV from Prof. Chia Jungli, please. Okay, Professor Chia Jungli work in program in clinical drug development of herbal medicine, College of Pharmacy, Taipei Medical University. Professor Lee, will deliver a presentation with the title From Ancient Formulas to Modern Mechanism, How to Protect Organs from Toxin Damage. Prof. Chia Jung Lee, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm so glad that I have this opportunity to come to here, and I'm really enjoy this period, stayed in Unisma, and I really feel like at home. So we have a new family here, right? So today, I just wanted to share a little bit of the herbal medicine. So because as we know, in Indonesia, we have lots of the different kinds of the plant resource and such kinds of the jamu. Because my student Ricky, he always introduce different kinds of the jamu for me, and of course he spent a little bit of time to explain what is jamu. So I think that jamu is a little bit like TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, but it's still a little bit difference between, because in Taiwan we have more regulatory, and we include herbal medicine in the pharmacopoeia. But I think that maybe jamu still have potential to be more further, not just like today director say that something knock and put on the head and can relieve pain or relieve that the fever, right? And I just wanted to introduce a little bit. So these pictures take from our campus. So I will locate just in the central of Taipei. And Taipei 101 is really close to our campus. So next time, if you have a chance, or if I just wanted to invite the speaker come to our school, so you have a chance to visit the Taipei 101. So my faculty is just belong that the Graduate Institute of Cognition and Clinical Drug Development of Herbal Medicine. So we hope that after our research, after that kind of the data, we really can do some application. So we'll try to cooperate with the hospital and some manufacturing industry, so help that these kinds of the research not just put into the library or like competed after citation, but it can really as a product to use. So just thank you so much. So introduce of my background. So my bachelor's and master, PhD, just collect from the TMU. So I stay in TMU already being more than 20 years, I think so. So I try to do some isolation guided by the bioassay. So that is the foundation about the quality control. The meaning is because we use jamu a lot, but we still have not really understanding is that, for example, like, is that cultivate something? So today's banana is really likes to tomorrow or last season. So if we find some active component or some standard, we can control and make that repeatable. Even each kind of the experiment is that can be repeatable. We have more confidence about that. So first step, just isolate or identify the active component, and next steps is think about what it works. If that really works, so we can use some cell culture, animal experiment to give some evidence to understand the mechanism. And the next steps, when we know that when we develop a kind of the drug, pharmacokinetics always the most important part. because we need to understand if we taken it, if that really works, can toll the target, can be absorbed, or how can eliminate. So pharmacokinetics will solve kinds of the problems, but as we know, herbal medicine is still really comprehensive because if that just as a Western medicine, just one single compound, we collect that at a blood concentration, feces, urine, everything will be done. But for the herbal medicine, maybe we can find one herbs at least 10 to 20 compound. But how about the mixture? For example, like in herbal, especially in TCM, we always use kind of the formula, at least 4 plus till to 10. Even now in Taiwan, we most added different kinds of formula together. So that is really comprehensive. So now, because the some LC tandem mass is really established. So we try to use these kinds of the equipment to make us more clearly try to understand a little bit. So today, I just wanted to share a little bit what is herbal medicine or Chinese medicine and quality control, and pick up one sample how we did it, and talk a little bit about the pharmacokinetics and what is the next station. So most often we know that herb TCM contain not just only fix your ills, and also care about the whole body balance, especially at the emotion. So TCM not just include herbal medicine, but still some acupuncture, Tai Chi or Tuina and something like that. But most of the people think about TCM a little bit like jamu. So we think about it, they can use as a tea or as kinds of the medicine. And I know that in the whole world, in each kind of the country, we have our own traditional use, but how to provide that not just only our people understand, but how about the others? So most often, I think some people think about jamu a little bit like TCM, like trouble, because it's so hard to understand and control, and complex, of course, just like previously I mentioned. It's too much composition at the same time, and some kinds of the mystery. So TCM and jamu, not like this, but how we can do that. So the first steps is the good quality control. So what we can do? So from the starting, we need to make sure the species or the drug. So if we choose the wrong material, everything will be done. So even that is correct, we still need to check that the quality. But if you take the wrong drugs, it's totally it is so terrible, right? So if that you choose the wrong genus, there maybe will be find some toxicity or unqualified. And TCM still have a really interesting, we needed to do the processing. The meaning is processing is not just only dig from the root or the peel we can directly use. No, we needed to a little bit further. Means that we wanted to reduce the toxicology compounds, or we wanted to increase some benefit or make it more easily to storage. I think that will be the same as jamu. So we collect that herbs. So we needed to fix it dry, and next steps, maybe we needed to cook, needed to prepare. So processing, I think that it's another story. So we use this paper, we use single compound because this material is a little bit toxic. So we use that the pure compound, put into the autoclave, mimic that we stir fry it. So as the compound, after heated, that the structure will be changed. So we use different kinds of the structure to use cell culture, use quality, use analysis to make sure if that really reduce some toxicant and increase some beneficial metabolite or compounds. And the next one is how to extract them. So in TCM, we have the regulatory systems. So we use that the crude herbals, put it in 20 times the water after boiling at less 30 minutes that the volunteer have. That will be the standard. So if we have standard, so we can compare each batch, we can compare each time. So we often hope that if we prepare this product, compared to this standard decoction, the compound will be the content will be the same, so we can expect that the function will be the same, especially similar like BAB, these kinds of the idea. So this just mentioned different kinds of compound easily be extracted, but sometimes some essential oil easily to get lost. So we use so you can see that the starch or flavonoid, alkaloid, terpenoid, it's just a major component in the herbs. So in our manufacturing, we have some equipment to recycle the essential oil. So that is the transition rate, because we extract them once that we can detect that how many component we extract. And the next steps, we need to make that concentrate, that a granule. So is that the process where that some compound decrease, we still need to follow. So as previously I mentioned, quality control and safety will always be the most important. So the safety, we needed to check this toxicant, such kinds of the heavy metal or microorganism or some kinds of the aflatoxin and so on. And for the quality control, we will check that just previously used TLC, HPLC, to do the fingerprint or to check that the purity or is that the stability. So not just only herbs, but also the product. So each kind of the product before we sell. So everything will still be checked again. So we checked first about the herbs, the material. Then we check that the product. We need to make sure everything, each steps will be safe. And of course, these kinds of the toxicant cannot be found in the herbs or the final product. But the quality, we still need to make sure each kind of the ingredient, their range, their percentage will be repeatable. So we can use that the micro or macro physical way or some TLC, HPLC, of course the modern DNA to confirm each kind of the steps will be correct. So quality control will always be the drug development that will be the first steps. So for Jammu, I think that maybe some laboratory can collect that at the marketing to check that the differentiate the diverse from the different kinds of the sample and try to figure out what is the quality where maybe that can give them some kinds of the suggestion. And the next, just pick up one example to mention. So because we know that most often, just like we have the experience, we know how to use this, but we have no such kinds of evidence to support. Even if we know some do the experiment from the laboratory, how can we transfer to become as a product? So we know that we all suffer from the COVID at that terrible period. So in the very first beginning, Taiwan did really good. So at the first year, we feel really safe in Taiwan. But continuously follow the times, so some case just into the Taiwan, and of course, we have the same situation as you. But we have these kinds of the herbal medicine. What does that mean? Because at that first time, the antivirus drugs, we cannot get that because we just can get acetaminophen to refill the fever, that is symptom control, but we cannot get that directly antivirus. But herbal medicine, after some survey or experiment, we know herbal medicine have antibacterial, antivirus activity. So our MRICM, the National Research Institute of Chinese Medicine. So they have the clinical doctor prepared these 10 drugs together. So prepare about these kinds of the MRICM 101. Now it's down at the marketing product at the Respire. So these 10 herbal put together. So some of them can really relieve some inflammatory, some kinds of the compound can antivirus, and relieve that the fever. So we publish, not me, so our government, the MRICM, they publish these kinds of the paper. They wanted to that the patient, everyone knows how it works. Because it really works, it saves a lot of the people. So we try to understand how did it work. So they use that the first I talked. We use that the quality control to confirm each kind of the batch will be okay, and we use that antivirus infection. So each kind of, when we try to do the research, we need to know mostly the mechanism of the disease. So virus infection is just like infection, replication, and after that may have the cytokine storm and make that the host cell death. So we use that individual experiment to confirm if that the MRICM 101 is really works or not. So we can use that the spike protein is that can combine that binding affinity, so we can reduce that virus infection, and use that the protein affinity to use that very simple ELISA read to if that can spike ACE2. So we know that this kind of the formula with these kinds of the function. Okay, that's just the first steps. And just for the replication, if we can that now immature to mature, if we can stop at these steps, okay? So of course, MRICM 101 still with these kinds of the potential. What is the meaning is, if we really know each kinds of the disease happen, we can design our experiment. So this compound, this formula can have these kinds of the function, and how about the cytokine storm, the inflammatory. So of course, interleukin-6, TNF-alpha is really easy to do the experiment. So of course, that still works. So just divert each steps. We really believe that herbal medicine can work, okay? And protect that the host cell death. So finally, we can say that Respire 8 MRICM 101. So it just like a lock and a key, because at that time we still struggle if we really needed to do the vaccination or not. So some of Taiwanese people, we think like, okay, of course, it's can with some protection. So everyone just to go to the clinic with the free vaccination. But a period of time, the vaccination is still limited because the virus changed so fast. So at that time, we still think about, is that MRICM 101 still works or not? And of course, after some experiment, we find that. So MRICM 101 not just only directly kill the virus, but still can, as the previously what we mentioned, because vaccination is just specific for some especially like a Delta, but when it's changed to Omicron, okay, that will be to another peak. So not just only for the vaccination, but we still have another chance to use that the herbal medicine to help us. So it can, as a protection, we said that yes, because it can protect that the virus infection. So with some protection and can kill the virus and refill the inflammatory fast. So relief and cure will be really good. So a lot of different kinds of the paper just published. So we really wanted to let us know herbal medicine is really work. And so now even for the EUA, so at that period, we directly used to the patient, to the clinic. But after these several times, the COVID is already slowed down, so we stopped that the EUA. But what is the next? So the company, Respire, they turn it back to do the clinical trial. What does that mean? We already have a million use experience. Why we still need to come back to do the clinical trial? Yes, still. Because Taiwan's government thinks that that time is emergency, so we can use, but you still need to give us the evidence. So we come back to do the phase 3, and we still find it a good result. But for extend the application, they not just only treated avoid the COVID, but for the some influence. So that is a really good example, like at this severe time, we still herbal medicine still with some potential. So for the next steps, what is the pharmacokinetics do and herbal drug interaction and herbal drug interaction? So we know that when we compare to develop a kind of a drug, most of it we need to concern the PK and the PD. So PK just do the absorption, distribution, metabolism, extraction. So we, this is paper just from our laboratory. We treated that the single compound, one herbal extract and a formula, use that the same dosage. But we collect that the blood from the animal, but we still find out, okay, maybe the formula can increase that the plasma concentration, because some other compound may turn to the similar structure and to increase that the plasma concentration, or some other component in the formula avoid or reduce some metabolism enzyme activity. So the plasma concentration is not as thick as what we think. And of course, these kinds of the Jiawei Xiaoyao San, a formula, we try to do the herbal drug interaction because it's a kind of the anti-cancer drugs. So we know that it is side effect. So herbal medicine sometimes combined with the clinical drugs, we wanted to reduce the toxicity or reduce that the side effect. So for the paclitaxel, we know that with the cardio and the vascular side effect. So we find that if we pre-treat it for Jiawei Xiao and this formula for 7 days, and they will reduce that the plasma concentration, but make sure, okay, because we think, is that the anti-cancer activity will be reduced, but we at the same time, we check that in the lymphocyte, but that's still with the similar concentration. So at that time, we think that, okay, maybe take this formula first, reduce some side effect from the vascular, but not so strong effect influence that the effect. And that is other kinds of experiment. We collect that the animal liver tissue to check that the enzyme differentiation. And we use that another formula to check that because we know when we develop a drug that the aspirin, their active metabolite. So aspirin as a prodrug, their active metabolite is salicylic acid. So we can at the same time detect that the active component and the mother compound. So even though at this experiment, we can continuously use microdialysis, put that the probe into the brain, so we continuously detect the concentration in the circulation and in the target tissue. And this experiment we just not finished, but I wanted to share with you. So paclitaxel previously we already mentioned is a kind of anti-cancer drugs, but in our previously experiment, we find that 香砂六君子汤 can reduce that the vomiting for the anti-cancer drugs. But taken to the 7 days, there we highly increase paclitaxel's plasma concentration. So we wanted to know why. So paclitaxel is through these kinds of the metabolic enzyme like cytochrome P450. So we use that interesting strategy because this will be like the similar formula. So the 4君子汤 for this first formula contain 4 drugs. Added, turn to another. Added another one, turn to 6. And added another 2 will be made at 香砂六君子汤. So we use that individual extract, use that the enzyme experiment to confirm these kinds of the 4 formula with the dose dependence reduce the CYP3A4 function and each of the herbal medicine. So we find that the purple one and the navy blue one, they have the strong inhibitory the function. But each of the different enzymes show different kinds of the result. For the example, like this is 2C8, 2C19, but most of the purple one and the navy blue one show the strong inhibition function. So we use these kinds of the drugs, and even though we prepare these kinds of the table, but I didn't show that. But just not only for the formula, but we still compare one plus another and use different ratio to think because most probably we combine the drugs, use different strategy. So one compare another, but now we don't do that at the third drugs competition. So we find that sometimes we just reduce, but you added another drugs will be increased. So it's really comprehensive, but we still need to know. So what is the next step for the herbal medicine development? So for the controlled previously. So the QSP is quantified of system pharmacology. The meaning is we needed to use AI to help us, because when a drug development spend a lot of time and money, but if we can let them help us to give a prediction, so that will be help. So this kind of the prediction strategy can help us to do the small molecular and the biosynthesis, biochemistry, proteomics, genomics, and even pharmacokinetics. So the manufacturing, they development a lot of the AI intelligence software. So we can use this software, input something, and give us some suggestion. So because herbal medicine is too comprehensive, so we analyze this first. So in this gun extract, this is a kind of formula, we use these three kinds of the herbs put together. We have their fingerprint, and we use that the network pharmacology to understand, predict that, okay, we can contain this compound, and what is the function? Is this function really correlated to this disease? And so we try to do the cell culture experiment and animal experiment. We collect that the liver tissue, not just only to do the HE experiment, we still do that the proteomics and the metabolomics. So the metabolomics, we collect that the plasma samples, and we try to figure out what is the new metabolite. What does that mean? Most often, we just follow the previous experiment. We try to do the Western blot to confirm the function. But what is the new marker, new candidate? So we can use these kinds of the big data, AI intelligence, to give us some suggestion. So this data, my students try to figure out not just only for the cirrhosis or fatty liver, it's still correlated to the TCA cycle. So we give some new evidence or idea. So it's next time we just collect that at the plasma concentration, because if we just analyze the cholesterol, triglyceride, maybe you're already with some syndrome. But for the metabolite, maybe we can more earlier to find some information. So I hope that after our try to use that more specific or more scientific evidence to support, it's not just a troublemaker. That TCM or Jamu or herbal medicine can become a trust or confidence, or even like a modern drugs. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Lee, for your inspiring presentation. Just like in Indonesia, Indonesia always develop the natural research, but we need always to ensure the safety. Maybe someday FK Unisma can collaborate with Prof. Chia to continue the research. And then we will move to the next keynote speaker, Dr. Dini Sri Damayanti MKes from Indonesia. Dr. Dini Sri Damayanti MKes is one of lecturer in Medical Faculty Universitas Islam Malang. The educational background, undergraduated from the Faculty of Medicine, Brawijaya University, graduated with a master's degree from the Faculty of Medicine, Brawijaya University, and the PhD doctoral degree from the Faculty of Medicine, Brawijaya University. Dr. Dini will present the research about source of leaf kombucha prevents liver damage in male with star rats induced by toxic doses of paracetamol. Dr. Dini, we kindly invite you to deliver your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dini Sri Damayanti. I will present my research, and the title is Source of Leaf Kombucha Prevents Liver Damage in Male Vista Rats Induced by Toxic Dose of Paracetamol. And next. Paracetamol is an analgesic and antipyretic drug that is used to temporarily relieve mild to moderate pain and fever. Paracetamol was first made in 1878, but only became more widely used in 1950s. Today, paracetamol is one of the most widely used painkillers in the world. Branded and generic versions of this drug are available. Paracetamol inhibits the production of prostaglandin. In general, the recommended maximum daily dose for healthy adults is 4 grams. Higher doses lead to increasing risk to toxicity. In adults, an acute ingestion of more than 150 milligrams per kilogram body weight or 12 grams of paracetamol considered a toxic dose and possess a high safety of liver damage. When we consume paracetamol in therapeutic dose, in our bodies, paracetamol will metabolize through conjugation process from sulfate and glucuronide moiety. Both of the metabolites are non-toxic. Besides that, paracetamol would metabolize by liver enzyme cytochrome P450 from NAPQI. This metabolite is toxic or free radicals. And then NAPQI was detoxified by glutathione, generate cysteine and mercapturic acid. Both of the metabolic are non-toxic. Next. However, when hepatic glutathione is exhausted, excessive NAPQI bind to cellular protein covalent, which give rise to mitochondrial dysfunction, oxidative stress, and ATP depletion. The oxidative stress in turn lead to nitration of mitochondrial protein, the DNA damage of mitochondria, ultimately resulting in mitochondrial permeability, transition, and cell death. The clinical findings of acute injury are icteric, pain in right upper abdomen, ascites, disorientation, malaise, nausea and vomit, sleepiness, bridge with sweet odors. Laboratory findings such as elevated enzyme liver, elevated bilirubin, prolonged prothrombin time, reduced glucose level, increasing lactate, and hypoalbumin. Next. Source of plant or Annona muricata originate in the lowland of Central and South America and the West Indies. It is now cultivated in tropical regions worldwide, including Indonesia. Sarsa leaf contain active compounds such as flavonoid, phenol, alkaloid, and terpenoid. People consume sarsa leaf decoction as traditional medicine to treat cancer, control blood glucose level, control blood pressure, reduce pain, as an antibacterial, muscle relaxant, antioxidant, and can act as a hepatoprotection. Kombucha is fermented tea drink that use a SCOBY or symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast to convert tea and sugar into a fizzy drink with slightly sour taste. The advantage of kombucha stems from its fermentation process with enhanced antioxidant capacity, from polyphenol and created new beneficial compounds such as ethanol, carbon dioxide, organic acid, mineral and vitamin, and probiotic, whereas a simple infusion, simple extract, only existing component from the tea leaves or other ingredients. Currently, research is beginning to explore the use of other aromatic material besides tea leaves, such as cacao leaf, coffee leaves, cascara leaf, coca-cola leaves, and others. It's important to remember that SCOBY require sugar and tannin to survive. And the research question, what is the potential of source-of-leaf kombucha as hepatoprotector in male with Tourette induced by toxic dose of paracetamol? And the research goal, prove source-of-leaf kombucha act as a hepatoprotector to following mechanism: decrease liver enzyme, decrease bilirubin production, decrease TNF alpha level, increase superoxide dismutase production, and decrease malondialdehyde production, and reduce hepatocyte necrosis. And the method, 30 male rat, 10 until 12 weeks old, 125 until 120 grams are divided into 5 groups. Each group contains 6 rats. 1 negative control only was given Aquades, and 2 positive control was given paracetamol toxic dose, 2.5 grams per kilogram body weight at days 8 until 14. And then group 3, K1, was given kombucha dose 0.1 milli per day at days 1st until 14, added paracetamol toxic dose at day 8 until 14. And K2 was given kombucha dose 1 milli per day at day 1st until 14, and added paracetamol toxic dose in days 8 until 14. And the K3 was given kombucha dose 1.5 milli per day at day 1st until 14, and added paracetamol toxic dose in day 8 until 14. All of the groups fed standard laboratory fed, and 10 hours lighting, 14 darkness, water at libitum, and temperature room set in 25 degrees Celsius. After 15 days, after fasting, sacrifice were carried out under anesthesia for organ removal and measurement of research variable from blood sample to measure of enzyme levels such as alanine transaminase, aspartate transaminase, alkaline phosphatase, lactate dehydrogenase, TNF alpha, and total bilirubin, and from liver tissue to measure SOD, MDA, and necrosis of hepatocyte. Next. And the result, one SOD and MDA from this picture shows that paracetamol induction at 2.5 gram per kilogram body weight reduce serum SOD level by 4-fold and increase MDA level by 7-fold compared to the normal groups. The administration of source-of-leaf kombucha in group K2 and K3 increase SOD 2 and 3-fold and decrease MDA 4 and 5-fold compared to the positive control groups. Next. Hepatocyte necrosis. For the picture shows that administration of toxic dose of paracetamol causes 3 until 4-fold increase in the number of hepatocyte necrosis compared to normal. Administration of kombucha at all doses can reduce the number of hepatocyte necrosis, but a dose of 1 ml per day has the best effect. The mechanism of toxic dose of paracetamol induced liver damage is suggested through oxidative stress. In the toxic dose, paracetamol will anabolize by cytochrome P450 to form toxic metabolite NAPKI. This metabolite will detoxify by glutation and induce depletion of glutathione. Imbalance between free radicals and antioxidant stimulates stress oxidative in the cells. This condition will destroy of mitochondria function, ATP production, and stimulate cell death. Lanjut. Stress oxidative also stimulate immune response, both innate and adaptive immune response. In the innate immune response, cell death will release the MAP or damage-associated molecular pattern, then act as a dangerous stimulation to immune system. So phagocytic cell will active and production inflammatory mediator and stimulate more cell death. In the adaptive immune response, macrophage will change to APC and present the antigen from cell death to CD4 and CD8 lymphocyte and activate those colonies. So all cell immune such as phagocytic cell and B lymphocyte will secrete mediator inflammation and induce cell death. Alanine transaminase and aspartate transaminase level. From this picture shows that toxic dose paracetamol induce increased aspartate and alanine transaminase level in the positive group by 69% and 74% compared to the normal groups. The result of the study between treatment groups show that the higher doses of source-of-leaf kombucha, the lowest aspartate transaminase and alanine level approaching normal level. Alanine transaminase and aspartate transaminase are liver enzymes that indicate liver health, with alanine transaminase being more specific to the liver and AST or aspartate transaminase found in the liver, heart, muscle, and kidney. When cells are damaged, these enzymes are released into bloodstream, causing elevated level. High alanine transaminase may signal liver disease, while high aspartate transaminase can indicate liver or muscle damage. And TNF-alpha level, and from this picture show that paracetamol induction toxic dose for week increase TNF-alpha level by 2-fold compared to normal. All dose of kombucha can reduce TNF-alpha level, but the dose of 1.5 ml per day can reduce TNF-alpha level compared to positive group and back to normal. TNF-alpha or tumor necrosis factor alpha is protein produced by the immune system that acts as a chemical messenger to promote inflammation. It also plays a role in maintaining cellular homeostasis, proliferation, and cell death. Previous administration of toxic dose of paracetamol can cause increase in bilirubin level 3-4 compared to normal administration of Sosopli kombucha, although decreased bilirubin level compared positive group by 15%, 35%, and 47% respectively. This picture is physiology of metabolism of bilirubin. Senescent erythrocyte was broken down by macrophage in reticuloendothelial system tissue to form heme, and then heme was changed to biliverdin by hemooxygenase, and then changed to unconjugated bilirubin by biliverdin reductase. In the liver side or hepatocyte, unconjugated bilirubin chain to form conjugated bilirubin and stored in gallbladder as bile. In the intestinal, bile chain to urobilinogen and stercobilinogen and excretion with urine and feces. Despite of, bile also changes to unconjugated bilirubin by intestinal microbiota and then reabsorb into the liver. Liver injury increase bilirubin level by impairing the hepatocellular uptake, conjugation, excretion of bilirubin, leading to build-up of the either unconjugated or conjugated bilirubin in blood. Damage to liver cell reduce the liver's ability to process and secrete bilirubin into bile, causing it to accumulate in the bloodstream. And alkaline phosphatase and lactate dehydrogenase from this picture show that induction of toxic dose of paracetamol cause an increase in lactate dehydrogenase level by 95% or nearly double in the positive control groups compared to normal groups, meanwhile in the treatment group after induction of Sosopli kombucha at dose of 0.5 milli, 1 milliliter and 105 milliliters a day, a decrease in lactate dehydrogenase level of 28, 29 and 30 was observed. In liver injury, alkaline phosphatase is marker to cholestasis and indicate damage to the liver bile duct or increased enzyme synthesis due to bile acid accumulation, while lactate dehydrogenase is a marker widespread cellular damage and tissue hypoxia, but can elevate it in various types of liver injury. Sosopli kombucha, based on my previous research, contain total phenolic about 130 milligrams gallic acid equivalent per gram sample, and total flavonoid at 132 milligrams quercetin equivalent per grams, and total tannin about 138 milligrams gallic acid equivalent per gram, and also have antioxidant potential, although the potential more or less compared than vitamin C as a control. Polyphenol divide flavonoid and non-flavonoid, and then non-flavonoid divide phenolic acid, stilbenes, lignan, and tannin. All of polyphenol contain phenol active group, and the potential of antioxidant from polyphenol compound determined by hydroxyl structure that allow give hydrogen atom or electron donor to free radicals molecule to make neutral molecules. Lanjut. Polyphenol act as antioxidant through several mechanisms including hydrogen atom transfer and single electron transfer, where they donate hydrogen atoms or electron to neutral free radicals, and 2. Transitional metal chelation, where they bind to metal ion like iron to form stable complex and prevent them from catalyzing harmful reaction. And 3. Inhibiting enzyme like xanthine oxidase and modulating signaling pathways such as NF-kappa beta and RF2 to decrease inflammation mediator and increase antioxidant production. Summary for our research: given toxic dose of paracetamol for 1 week, increase NAPQI excessively and reduce glutathione level. This condition proved by reducing SOD and increasing MDA, imbalancing antioxidant and pro-oxidant induce stress oxidative and stimulate mitochondrial dysfunction and cell hepatocyte death. Cell death release inflammation from innate and adaptive immune response and increase more cell death. The characteristics were decrease alanine transaminase, aspartate transaminase, alkaline phosphatase, lactate dehydrogenase, and increasing TNF alpha, bilirubin level, and number of hepatocyte necrosis. Successfully, kombucha that contain polyphenol compound can act as antioxidant to prevent stress oxidative, so their process can prevent hepatocyte necrosis and necrosis. Conclusion: successfully, kombucha can prevent liver damage induced by toxic dose of paracetamol through an antioxidant mechanism characteristic by 1. Decreased level of the enzyme alkaline transaminase, aspartate transaminase, and alkaline phosphatase, decreased level of bilirubin and lactate dehydrogenase, increased level SOD and decreased level of MDA, decreased level of TNF alpha, decreased number of necrotic hepatocyte. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful presentation, Dr. Dini. As we know that kombucha is one of fermented drink, and kombucha actually has prevent the damage or toxic from paracetamol. All right, we will now give applause again for our keynote speaker first and the second, and then we will continue to the next keynote speaker. Our third keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Nurfilza Muhammad Mukhtar from Malaysia. This is second time Prof. Nurfilza come to Malang. Selamat datang kembali Prof. Nurfilza di Kota Malang, Indonesia. Currently, Prof. Nurfilza is a professor of genomic medicine and vice president for research, management and science university. She is an adjunct professor at Arabian Gulf University, Bahrain, medical advisor for Kotra Enterprises, and clinical research consultant for BC Ropes. Prof. Nurfilza obtained several national, international, and industrial grants. Her research endeavors aim to advance the understanding on the effect of environment toxicants on digestive illness. She has received multiple awards including Anugerah Bintara Sarjana 2020, Anugerah Kecemerlangan dalam Perkhidmatan 2021, Anugerah Kecemerlangan May RA Prestasi 2022, Anugerah Kecemerlangan Penyelidikan 2021, and Anugerah Tokoh Penyelidik 2024. We kindly to invite Prof. Nolfilza to deliver the presentation. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon to everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to stand in front of you to actually talk on a topic that shows the interaction between environmental science, which is actually not my area, and also microbiology, because looking at the gut microbiome, and also we are now talking about the health. So that is only my area. So look at the, I share with you the latest finding from our group. So these are my outline of my work. So I'll give you an overview about the origin of microplastic, what are the global issues, why we are embarked into this, potential health effects of microplastic, and of course, we want to know whether microplastic really causes disease or not. Right, so plastic is actually a word coming from a Greek word, plastiko, which means to be able to form. And it is actually refers as a material with 1,000 uses, because you know that we are living with plastic. And what is actually interesting about plastic is that they are actually a synthetic polymer. It is actually man-made. It is not naturally occurring things. And it is actually developed from polymerizations of monomer, which is a small building blocks, as you can see in the picture, that is actually attracted from the petrochemicals. So imagine it's actually come from the oil and also gases. And it is actually combined with other chemicals. And because of that, they are actually, you can see from the structure, they are contained of carbon, they have hydrogen and oxygen. They are actually very tightly held together with the covalent bonds. That's the reason why it is very hard to degrade plastic. An example of this plastic, as you can see, is polyethylene. It's actually coming from the bottle that we drink today. And also propylene and ethylene is one of the example of the lightweight monomers. So what is actually, so the question is that where do microplastics come from? So there are two types of microplastic. First is the primary microplastic, which is actually intentionally developed or manufactured by people like us. They actually for the use of the commercial, such as your microfiber from the cloth and also detergent that we use to wash our clothes. That is called primary microplastic. So the term microplastic was first actually introduced in 2004, and then then it comes nanoplastic, and the difference between them is the size. So microplastic referring to a plastic that is actually less than 5 millimeter in diameter, whereas nanoplastic is less than 1 micrometer. It's very tiny. Recent estimates suggest that the emissions of microplastic into the environment is about 10 to 40 million tons per year, which is equivalent to thousands of trucks that full of microplastic that is being thrown into the oceans. The second one, as I said, secondary microplastic is actually coming from a larger size particle, which is actually undergoing ultraviolet or radiation, and also the temperature, your continuous sunlight exposure, and then they become degrade and fragmented and become small particles that we call microplastic. As you can see in the picture, how long does it take to decompose? The straw that we use today will take 200 years. The plastic bottle that we use today, 450 years to be able to degrade, but still is in the small particle which is called microplastic. So the study shows only 9% of this plastic will be recycled back and being used, only 9%. And therefore it results in estimated about 4 to 12 million tons of plastic waste piling up oceans every year. So imagine that when you want to use plastic every day, think about these facts. But the reason why behind which country that have pollute the most ocean plastic, you can see the highest is Philippines, India, Malaysia is coming up, then China, Indonesia, and so on. But why is that? Smaller countries, we have a long coastline, heavy rainfall, but we have inadequate waste management. That's the reason why we fall into the top bit. Whereas the China is actually the largest producer of plastic waste, but only 0.6% of their waste going to the ocean because they have a better waste management practice. The message here that we have to learn from the best, but still we have to do something about the waste management. That is actually one of the things that we're going to do for Malaysia. Right, so another important point that I would like to share today is about in 2018, China has already come up with the restriction on the export, the plastic import, which means that they did not allow any plastic waste to be imported into the China. And because of that, people are focusing on the Southeast Asian nation, that include Indonesia at the top, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Philippines. The reason why we import plastic waste from the developed country like Australia, Japan, Germany, UK, China, and so on, because it is actually a cheaper alternative than you have to develop plastic from a virgin plastic. So, and then it creates jobs for the locals as well as the stimulate the economic growth, especially in the developing country. So, but the true cost of having plastic is not only very convenient, low cost, and then makes your life easier, but the true cost of it is because one plastic bottle contains more than 1,300 chemicals that are associated with plastic. Of course, I would like to share with you today is on the effects of this microplastic to human health. But then you think about the environmental cost, that how plastic kills 100,000 marine animals, that and then contaminated food chain that we eat every day, and that is actually cost the human health. Economic damage, the marine plastic pollution will cost $13 billion US annually that actually impact the tourism, fishing, and shipping industry. The social impact, of course, living near the plastic production facilities, they actually face significant health risks related to the pollutions, and that is actually causing the social problem. Of course, the focus for today's talk is on the human health. How is that microplastic has an association with the human health from various areas. So I would like to show, these are actually, this actually mainly for Malaysia. We have seen that Malaysians eat about 500 milligram microplastic daily. What it means that they actually calculate the food that contain microplastic and they weigh that, and they found that each Malaysians eat approximately 500 milligram microplastic in each year. And second place is of course Indonesia. There you can see that they are also consume higher amount of microplastic daily. So when you talk about microplastic, there are various things that you have to remember. When you want to do research in microplastic, you have to know the source, where is the microplastic come from, the type of microplastic. There are many types of polymer. As I said, when you talk about plastic, there are many types of polymer, and each polymer has its own role in the human body. And the shape of it, is it a fiber, filament, or is it form of fragment, a particle, or is it in the form of foam? And the color also is another thing that we have to look at, and of course the particle size. The smaller it goes, it can actually go, cross a lot of barrier, a biological barrier, including your blood-brain barrier. Yeah. So from environment to human, how is that? Whatever that you eat today, whatever that we breathe, whatever that we drink is actually already contain plastic. So you cannot avoid that. That is actually the facts that 84% of microplastic in the atmosphere comes from the road because of the tire every day, abrasions, and then it actually produce plastic and you inhale that. Oral intake, because of the plastic particle in the human body every day is about 39,000 to 52,000 particles per person per year. And of course, lastly is through skin, the dermal contact, either the consumers produce containing microplastic, such as you use the face cream, the facial cleanser that contain microplastic. That's the reason why some of the big company like L'Oreal and all that, they actually looking for other sources than the plastic to actually make their product. But what is actually worrying is that people has already detected microplastic in various organs and tissue, and the overall accumulation of microplastic in human body is estimated more than 14,000 to 70,000 particles, or even 32.26 to 46.53 milligram, predominantly in lung, which means that respiratory is actually the main route that enters our human body. But what is actually more important that you have to keep healthy, because if you are not healthy, then the microplastic concentrations tend to be higher in people with underlying disease. For instance, studies have shown that people who have underlying liver disease like cirrhosis, fatty liver, they tend to retain plastic than other people. In our study, we found that inflammatory bowel disease patient who has very active disease have more microplastic compared to the normal people. So what is actually more worrying now, we are actually trying to focus now, is that microplastic has the ability to actually cross the biological barriers, such as maternal fetal barrier, which is actually through placenta. So people have already found microplastic in the placenta, but we are actually trying to go for the international grant on this issue on how plastic can affect the early life, which means that babies inside the womb. So these are actually the potential toxicity once microplastics enter your body. It starts from the brain till the, your skin and all that. But basically is that they can actually interrupt with the hormone release, like endocrine, like estrogen and all that, because one of the component in the plastic, such as bisphenol A, can actually bind with the estrogen and can cause endocrine disruption. So is there a link between microplastic and cancer? Yes, that is actually what the research question we would like to see. So we actually took patients with polyp. These are a benign polyp. Polyp is like a benign neoplasm inside your intestine. Those who actually men more than 50 years old have more than 80% has polyp. And this actually, people can actually, 90% of these, more than 90% of people with polyp can develop colorectal cancer. And this is actually a known fact. That's why you have to undergo colonoscopy early so that you can remove the polyp, which is a precursor for cancer. What we have done, we actually look at the detection of microplastic in the human colectomy specimen. Although it's a very small specimen, but this paper, which is actually done in USM, Kelantan, they have actually found the microplastic in the human tissue inside the surgical, in post-surgical patients. Yeah. So actually with that, we would like to see microplastic a significant risk for colorectal cancer, and our hypothesis saying that the presence of microplastic can contribute to the development of colorectal cancer. How is that? The mechanism, it can induce gut dysbiosis, which is actually the imbalance between good and bad bacteria, provoking damage to the intestinal barrier. They can cause leaky gut, and of course, because your gut become more permeable, they can actually make the nanoplastic cross the barrier and actually enhance inflammatory pathway. So with that in mind, so we actually come with the detection of microplastic, gut microbiota and ultrastructure in the intestinal barrier. This is actually a PhD project. It's still ongoing. We are aiming to get 140 and we are actually halfway to go. We actually took the biopsy from the patients with polyp as well as the normal patient, and then also stool from both. And then what we did is we detect the plastic, and I think 2 years back I came and I presented on IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, but that time we used micro Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. But this time we are so lucky that we found laser direct infrared spectroscopy, which actually cost 1.5 million ringgit Malaysia, but not in our university, but it's actually in University Technology Malaysia. They have this, and we found that that machine, and we managed to get the microplastic detection and characterization very accurate, including the amount and concentration. We also use the 16S RNA amplification sequencing to actually sequence the gut microbiota. We are not doing the culture based, we are non-culture based. And of course, lastly, we use the scanning electron microscope to check the intestinal barrier of the same patient. So from the result, we actually come out with the clinical classification of the polyp. So the polyp, we have to do the histology. We found that majority of patient has about 1 to 4 millimeter of polyp, the size, and majority are either no dysplasia or low grade dysplasia. So we actually, so our demographic have shown that majority of patients are between 50 to 69. That's actually the high risk to develop cancer. So even that also we found the polyp can actually occur earlier, which is actually about 30 to 49. And we also check their comorbidity, and majority, as you know, that Malaysia, hypertension, diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia are actually the most commonest non-communicable disease in Malaysia, as you can see in the data. So with that, we actually do the morphology, histology, and we found that majority of these polyp are not, because there are many types of histology, so we found that majority are tubular adenoma. Some of it has hyperplastic polyp, which has the tendency to develop cancer already. And these are actually majority of the morphology. They are looking at the sessile type, and less are pedunculated, depressed, or flat, or nodular, or ulcerated, which is actually more relevant to become cancer. So none to moderate level of cancer risk. Just by looking at this, we are actually saying that patients, with this, we remove the polyp and ask the patient to come again in 5 years because they have less risk. But with the microplastic, we are actually found quite abundant of small microplastics in the colonic polyp, and these are actually still not significant, but we found the trend is like that. As I can see that these are actually based on the 21 samples, not complete yet, but older patients have more microplastic, which is very significant. However, if you are normal, then you have less microplastic. Right, okay, so what are the type of polymer? So the size, we know the smaller microplastic, but the polymer, the type of polymer with the LDIR machine just now, we found that majority of these patients has, oops, sorry, go back. I don't know how to go back. How to go back? Sorry, it's only going down. Sorry, can I go back? Sorry. Yeah, okay. So you can see that majority of it is polyethylene, as what in the bottle, and polypropylene, which is actually in relation with others in other world, in the part of the world, we have PE, PP, PET, and PS. That is actually the commonest type of microplastic in the patients, and the rest are, they do have, but very small number. But what is more important is that the type of the polymer of what we found is that we have seen that majority of this polyp has polyerythrine and polyamide predominantly in the polyp patients, and polypropylene and polyethylene terephthalate predominantly in normal. So normal people has microplastic as well, and they are majority of this polypropylene and polyethylene is from our bottle, the plastic bottle that we drink every day, and polyethylene and polyamide majority are from our clothes that we used. All right, so from this, we actually check the gut microbiome. As you can see that microplastic actually cause gut dysbiosis, and that is actually confirmed with our finding that majority of the bad bacteria is predominant compared to the good bacteria. That is actually confirmed by the study, and decreased abundance of the good bacteria, that is actually confirmed that there is a gut, and in fact some of these bacteria like Fusobacterium is actually Fusobacterium in a nuclear term is actually a known bacteria that can cause colorectal cancer. So even though the patient doesn't have cancer, but they do have the bad bacteria already, and in fact the abundance of microplastic is already there. So with this, we actually check the alpha diversity and beta diversity. Alpha diversity is actually to look at the variation within the group, and beta diversity is variation between the group, which means that the normal and the polyp patients. So we found that they are significant. So, and then we actually check the relationship between the clinical data and the alpha diversity, and we found that larger polyp, they have a lower alpha diversity, and high-grade dysplasia will have a lower alpha diversity, which means alpha diversity is actually the diversity within the group. So we found that if you have a bigger polyp, so your alpha diversity will become less, which is actually not good. And high-grade, which is actually have the tendency to become cancer, is actually causing that. So with that, we actually check who are they. So we found that a marker for this, which is actually mucin producing bacteria and mucin degrading bacteria, both occurs, presence in the colonic polyp, as you can see in the red color histogram, and the blue color are majority of these good bacteria is there, like Nospira, the Practos, Strepto, and Faeculobacterium are actually the good one. But it's so interesting that we have actually found that short chain producing the good bacteria that produce short chain fatty acid is already there. But however, both mucin degrading bacteria, which is the bad bacteria that can compromise the intestinal barrier, is already in the polyp, and also we also have a good bacteria in the polyp. So there is a dynamic microbial response to maintain mucosal homeostasis. That is our conclusion. What are the core microbiome is there? So we have multiple microbiome, as you can see here. The core microbiome that we found, majority of these are actually good bacteria, are majority in the normal, and polyp is actually majority of it is actually the pathogenic one, the bad bacteria that actually cause the inflammation and cause the gut dysbiosis, and also cause leaky gut or intestinal barrier leak. So we have actually have the ability to look using the scanning electron microscope into the intestinal barrier. You can see that there's a villi there, that is actually intestine, and then we look at the tight junction, the desmosome, and so on. These are the transmission electron microscope view the intestinal barrier, and that is the desmosome, that is adherent junction, that is tight junction, and these are. So we look at this into the patients with polyp, and we found that the gap is actually big, and that will cause the intestinal barrier. And with that, we also found the same patient, we found the microplastic in their intestine. So the characteristic of the microplastic, so what we found that these are either they got the plastic through a dermal contact, yeah, and then cause the flame retardant, and this cause polyamide and polyurethane, and also microfibers that you inhale every day through inhalation, and that will deposit into the lung, and then that will goes into the blood and goes to the GI tract via the mucosal cilia, and that is what we thought. And microplastic can induce dysbiosis. How is that? It occurs is microplastic can actually form a biofilm in the colon polyp, and that will cause home for the pathogenic bacteria, and that will cause gut dysbiosis, which increase pathogenic and decrease beneficial bacteria. That is our conclusion, and that will cause the wider epithelial junction, as you can actually seen in the electron microscope. and that probably cause cancer. At this stage, we cannot say that it's definite, but we can show the strong association between microplastic and colorectal cancer. So in preliminary discussion, we can say that gut dysbiosis occur in the colonic patient, which is evidenced by the less diverse and skewed. Gut microbiota diversity is actually decreases as polyp size increases and dysplasia increases. And overabundance of Akkermansia muciniphila, which is actually in the presence of foreign particles such as microplastic, could actually cause excessive mucin degradation, and this process actually, mucin is actually one of the barrier in our intestine, and this process may compromise the protective mucosal barrier that contribute to increased gut permeability and widen the epithelial duct junction. And these are the interconnection that we think that is going to be happening with the final of the PhD, is that these bacteria, we wanted to see whether this bacteria works with any particular pathway that actually cause the dysfunction in the tight junction, causing the proliferation of the cells or losing of the barrier, of the mucosal barrier in the intestine because of the pathogenic bacteria attack the epithelial cells, causing the leaky gut, increased permeability, and causing cancers or even precancerous region. What we are actually working now is on looking at the pro-inflammatory cytokine expression to actually postulate that NF-kappa B pathway could probably one of the reason causing precancerous and cause the cancer. And in conclusion, I would say that, so in conclusion, microplastic is actually a new potential environmental factor through gut dysbiosis and intestinal barrier dysfunction in the transformation of colonic polyp towards colorectal cancer. So I would like to acknowledge my team. I wouldn't be able to do this without them. So you can see that to do this work, I need people from various universities. University Technology Indonesia, Dr. C helped me in the LDIR. Dr. Fauzan helped me on the gut microbiome. Prof. Effendi and Dr. Debra are the gastroenterologists to get me the samples. And Dr. Yusuf is actually environmental scientist. So imagine that before this, I don't know about microplastic, I don't know about microbiome. Now, I actually can stand in front of you guys to actually perform this. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nolfiza, for the comprehensive presentation. As we know, the use of plastic has been increasing significantly over time. While plastic waste is widely recognized as a major environmental issue, it is also show the potential health risks. And then we will move to the next keynote speaker. Our fourth keynote speaker is Associate Professor Muhammad Sukri bin Muhammad Aris from Malaysia. Professor Muhammad Sukri will present a lecture with the title Toxicokinetics of Waterborne Pollutants in Humans. And now we invite you to deliver for your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan selamat petang. Apa kabar? Sehat semuanya? Since this is the last session of the day, I think I need to have some wake-up call to you. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to organizer, especially to the Torio, to manage to squeeze me for today. I supposed to deliver this talk in the morning, and then luckily I got the slot. It just the title is not that tally with the pharmacology and the nutritional. However, when I prepare the slides, I was given this title as a current insight of toxicokinetics of waterborne pollutants, and then I prepared for nanopollutants. And suddenly, when I look at the title from the rest of the speaker, they're actually talking the same thing. They're actually talking about the microplastic, which is dealing with nanopollutant as well. And from the Prof. Chia, also talking about the quality and safety about the things of your jamu, and also much more related to kombucha. So that's why I hope that the title is not that deviate from what would be expected by organizer. Okay, it's me Shukri from UITM. Yeah, so this is exactly the title of things that I try to deliver this evening. I'm trying not to share current insight, but I'm more towards sharing current activities that perhaps the things that I get experience at the moment related to the government agency on dealing with nanopollutants with regards to the quality and safety. So that's why I think it's something that, just a small platform for me to share, and perhaps what I share perhaps will be inspired, and if you have any additional input, feel free to come and see me, and then why not we can just discuss what things can move forward from there. Right, so there are 4 main components that I try to deliver here. Basically, the first one or the second one is more towards what I'm discussing here. You guys are well versed, even, thank you Prof, mentioning about the microplastic. I think it covers certain part that I'm supposed to deliver, but at least I more precise what as the extension dealing with the smaller size, especially with the nano size things. So, or the second thing, I will focus on the number 3, which is the case study, and related to certain things on the current activities at the moment. And the third one, I think the one that I try to share with certain activities on the our government agency called Malaysian Science and Technology Institute, is a MOSTI. So this is basically the science for us, what is the good framework that we are dealing with these nano products that contain nanopollutants that probably will give effects to the consumer, give effects to the environment, as well as to the market trade and all that. Okay. Right. So let's look at to this picture. So ini sesi petang. So basically, let's cheer up ourselves. So when you look at to these activities, so it's really spark on your mind. So they're actually dealing dengan apa? It's dealing dengan spray, correct? So it's a spray. The spraying activities, it could be contain certain things. And of course, when you spray, you might spark in your mind, you're actually dealing a coating spray. When it's a coating spray, that means it's coated by some materials. So what is the coating materials inside? So it must be coated with certain particles or chemicals. Right? In my perspective, because I'm more towards research on occupational safety and health, I also interested in environmental health and public health. I also interested with the safety things. So I'm really concerned about 2 aspects here. So this picture is talking about the user that used by the workers. So the workers now, they actually deal with this, particles and chemicals. They're dealing this every single hours, every day, 5 times a day. So when you look at more details of what things that they spray, so actually they're dealing with particles. And of course, everybody knows, even the Prof mentioned about the microplastic, they have a different size. So we have a larger size, we have a smaller size. Logically, the smaller the particles will go more deeper to your lung, they will go deeper to any, the opening of your things in your body, in the skin and all that. So logically, yes, we do have that. So that answer whatever that actually sparked in this picture. So where do you think airborne particles typically deposit in the lungs? Is a larger particles or nanoparticles? Definitely it's nanoparticles, right? And the second one, if 2 powders, it look the same. Let's say if you have the container at the gray container at the right side of you, and then you have a spray. So they actually 2 different forms. One form is basically in liquid, another form is basically in the vaporized materials. Even though it's contain the same thing, but when you deal with nanoparticles, the reaction is so much different. It's different in ambient environments, and also different when it's actually entered to your body. Right? So that's in terms of occupational safety and health. The other side is basically the concern to us is basically whether the N95 mask is really protect the workers. And of course, if I ask you now, yes, I can go this further more than 30 minutes, but I can ask every single one of you, if you aware that you're actually wearing or might be buying certain products that actually contain nanomaterials? Agak apa? Anyone can guess? I will give another picture here. All right, so this is actually talked more further by Prof just now. So I don't want to talk this further. So we're actually talking about the same thing, microplastic, but we are dealing with nanoplastic, which is a lesser size. And then there's actually specific size for that. Whatever question appear on the screen now, probably you can answer from what actually Prof mentioned from my previous slide just now. Okay, so you can tell us where it's been ingested in your body. So what do you think this water treatment actually really treat the nanoplastic effectively? So these are the certain things that actually can, initiate what activities that to be think about, right? So these are the questions, and you might to answer whatever that you've been briefed just now. Okay, let's look at to this thing. So when I show this, so this is basically the sunscreen lotion, ataupun powder, whatever you call it, right? So sunscreens is well, known that contain nanoparticles. I didn't say that nanoparticles is bad. Nanoparticles is so efficient. It's so useful for certain consumer products, including sunscreen. Even the regulators mentioned about the sunscreen, you have to be very precise whether you want to use specific 30 sunscreen or 50 sunscreen, something like that. So that basically consumer product. Another side of the business is basically this. It's a bulk of content, paint, right? So they actually containing the same thing. Both they actually contain titanium dioxide. But they will affect into different activities, different types of distribution in the body and all. Okay? All right, so let's talk about more towards things about nano pollution and also what is the nanomaterials. Maybe some of you might want to know more detail what is the NMPs here. So nano is very small, and then we can talk about millimeters, and then of course we can talk nanometers. But in this particular nanometers, they're actually dealing with this lesser than 100 nanometers. Can you imagine if you can compare easily, if you can pull out your one single hair, poop, keluar, and then your single hair basically size range from 10,000 to 80,000 nanometers. That's represent your hair. But this kind of things actually we are dealing with less than that, which is definitely you cannot see from your naked eyes. You can only see from the high technology microscope. So that's basically the size. But the good thing about this, because they have a high surface areas and different types of shapes. Okay, I'll give you one example here, which is this is the cube on the total surface areas with 6 centimeters squared. Right? This is 6 centimeters squared, but now we are dealing with 100 nanometers, which is more or less than that. So that means the smaller of each of the cube combined together, the size is still small. That means it gives you very high surface area. That means the reaction is so effective. So that's why it's been used widely in the most cosmetic product, right? And then if you go beyond to the microscopic level, so this is a high-end microscope image. So this is a shapes to differentiate between these two, right? So we call it as a nanotube. Some of them are nanosheet, MOPs, and all that, depending on the shapes and all. Okay? And then industry. So people actually, selling this product. We buy this product, including cosmetic, baju, batik, the food packaging that we eat. Even I drink some, water from the bottles. I might drink some nano pollution from our consumer product. So dealing dengan, with the nanotechnology in textile even, so they are more wider scope. Okay. So when you look at more deeper to the cosmetic industry, so they actually utilize some technology, which is very good. I'm sure that School of Pharmacy are dealing with this a lot, including liposome, polymeric nanoparticles, with their own efficiency and the reactivities actually giving more effects towards their own product. So people are using it. It's just that when it disperses to the environment, when the workers are dealing with their raw materials, this is what the risks come from, right? So, and of course, it will give more benefit, they give more high penetration to the skin. So these are our most concern to this thing. So let's focus to the second one, which I'll talk about what things that can give effect via toxicokinetics of nanoplastic on the second section. Right, so this is environmental fit. generally people might come across with this knowledge. So maybe I just browse through you guys with this thing. So let's look at the blue circle on your right, on the left, sorry. So we are dealing with one called silver nanoparticles. So AGNP. AGNPs, there's a lot. It contained in the battery, it contained in my mic, it contained in my perfumes. So people are using silver nanoparticles. But for the method, actually, the coating at the silver core so that they can give you more efficiencies of whatever the activities they want. But again, when it dispersed to the environments, when it's been, declared as the waste, the effect is more terrible when you compare it to the microplastic. It's the same, but in terms of the reactivities are more highest absorption towards other biota. If you look at this picture, you can see the aquamarine system. Actually, they're absorbing these silver nanoparticles. And then it will not remediate all the way. So it will take many years to disperse in the environment. And of course, people are eating seafood and then drink the water because we can't actually filtrate everything nano pollutants in the water. And then it will deposit it into different types of organs. So these are the evidence that I extract out from the papers that shows the deposition concentration of the the silver nanoparticles into different types of organs. So this is our concept of ADME. So everybody clears. So these are ADME, but then in terms of it wastes, it lasts forever, almost forever. So let's say MNAPs has not been metabolized, the plasticizers are actually excreted in the urine. If you're expecting that you're being excreted by your urine, it will excrete it by the other people's urine as well. So it will there forever. Okay? So my concern or our team concern is two aspects. We are concerned about occupational exposure. We are also concerned about the environmental fate. So in occupational exposure, because we are dealing very fine particles, their deposition is very high. It will go really deep into the lower part of the lung. And it could even go to the bloodstream. Even the prof mentioned about it can go to the bloodstream barrier as well. So these are the comparison and the really risks that actually most of people have to be aware, right? Not just at the lung organ, but also other parts of the system as well. And in terms of monitoring, there are very limited devices that are available at the moment can actually detect the nanoparticle in this case. So we need to have some rigid and solid SOP or best practice for testing those materials so that we actually confirm if the nanoparticles is in there or not. So because the devices cannot detect, even at the Malaysia perspective, we are still lacking of certain regulation and guidance. So this is guidance that we have. We have at the year 2018. Of course, in the environmental field, all this actually can be linked to whatever I mentioned earlier on. You actually can see from what actually can affect to human, and these are the nanoplastic can effects to the environment as well. Okay? So gap in safety in toxicology, there are still limitations. I really appreciate that many academia here actually looking at these types of angle and perspective because we need more and more evidence to support this. But the dose-response relationship does not always apply for nanoscale materials. It actually deviates, the characteristics change all the way. It depends on the chemical reaction in between. Uncertainty, not all MMPs are the same because they actually come with a different shape, different coating, or also different solubility matter. Okay? So these are the concerns. Even Professor also mentioned about the quality and safety. I think it's the right track. We are actually talking the same language as this now. So we are actually dealing with these two documents. We call it as the nano quality and nano safety. So that quality talking about the product itself, the existing materials that you're dealing with, whether you are coming from the lab, whether you're buying from the market, so we're dealing with the materials. then we need to have a very solid nano quality document so that what things that really you have to refer based on the parameters so that you can characterize your materials. Another side of the book is basically nano safety. How to make sure that the products really give you a really safe towards the consumer. What would be the right test to test? What would be the right method to use? Where this sample need to be sent to? So these are the things that we are dealing with. Right? So I skipped this thing because we actually discussed on the same thing on the human evidence. We found this and then we read this. So we found this microplastic. We have all these materials at the moment in the placenta, in the milk, mother's milk and all. Right? So now, what we are doing now is basically just to share some experience. We call it as the background data that we have. So we look at the nanopetroleum products in Malaysia. Majority actually falls under agriculture and food packaging, and also in the manufacturing product. So we work very close to this sector, and we got all the information so that we can, track down what's the best, what to control in terms of trade, and also in terms of what a consumer use in the market. So we formed this task force. We call it the SRS Nano, and then we are dealing with standard and regulatory safety because we formed this last year, and then we plan to work under this policy until the end of the year 2030. So these are the objectives. We work for these two particular documents. We call it the nano quality and nano safety. So at the moment, so the authorities now have a solid document of nano quality. Probably on the next month, we will publicize to all. So, and then will be next year, early next year will be another one document with the nano safety. Right? So we work closely with different entities because we are dealing with a lot of products and different levels of markets. So including MDA, people, the authority dealing with the medical device agency, which is, let's say, the companies want to sell a surgical mask that the claim that the surgical masks have very high efficiencies of filtration system. So these kind of the agencies that need to control whatever that the consumer to get the license. So we deal with MDA, Medical Device Agency, and then we also deal with the Ministry of Transport, which was certain products we might import, certain products we might export. So we have to know what is the products that are available in our market in Malaysia. So from there, we have to get the information from the Ministries of Transport. And we deal with this one center. So I work very close with this institution. We call it the Nano CAT in University Malaya in Kuala Lumpur. And also we held this every year. We call it the Nano Kebangsaan, just in case Unisma interested to join with this. We have held it every year. So we gather different university, different expertise, and we form into different country representatives as well into this called Nano Kebangsaan. And also we work closely with our champion of testing organization. We call it as a SIRIM. In Malaysia. So what we try to, bridging the gaps based on these two documents. So basically we can control from the manufacturer until the nano product, which we come out with this framework from the workers, that means from the manufacturers itself, and then we try to monitor at the different levels of regulators, which is have a different authorities that actually falls under regulators, and also we more towards the industry and user. We especially dealing with the Ministry of Transport and also for the Consumer Act. So the existing laws at the moment, of course, every single country they have a different approach and what things the law can be regulated and all. So at the moment, the document, and then we think that the best to focus on now, we are dealing with these three first. We are dealing with the general consumer goods, particularly for the medical device, and so dealing with the laws that are related to food, right? because we have the Food Act and also anything related to the products related to the occupational safety and health. Because we already have this 10 Act, and then that's why we are quite confident to have to put all the information in the document so that every single declaration of the product can be tallied to this Act that we have at the moment. So let's say if you to think about what next. So let's say this is one company or one lab, you want to commercialize the product and make sure that you can commercialize it very well. Let's say just now Prof. Shah mentioned about, let's say if you want to produce as a good jamu, the content must be very specific in terms of safety and its quality as well. So they must go through the good testing, as what Prof. Shah mentioned, right? You must go through the GMP and all that. So this is the framework that we have certain standard, we call it the ISO IEC 17000, and also we have a CAB, which is a conformity assessment body that gives some grading for certain labs. And of course, research institute for anyone that actually came from this country, you know, so you must go through this CAB as well, like Indonesia. But in our decision, we're grading into 3 levels, which is we have A, B, and C, which is A basically more towards the top level. So that means you are very compliant, you are accredited to many ISO, not just 70025, but also you are dedicated to OECD and GLP and all. And if you don't have that, if you don't have any budget to reach to that level, you can even go to grade C, it's fine. As long as the national authority is actually recognize your test. And then, for example, in Indonesia, we have palm oil, so we actually rely to what's the regulated action that proved by the MPOB, is a Malaysian palm oil body, and also some other things that were based on your national authority's approval. So, whatever the grade that mentioned here, basically, we precisely believe that by having the good way of framework to test every single product you want to produce must go through the CAB method or GMP kind of approach, right? Okay, so this is the checklist. Let's say if you proceed to this, so we even give you some ideas. So let's say you send the lab. So what will be the report that should be produced to the lab, and to mention that this is thing that we can we can represent to other agencies. So these are the template. We try to, whatever that I try to share here, basically at the right side here, which is the information that have 4 parts, part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4, which is trade info until we get to the information of performance. So the next slide basically show you the performance up to the nano quality performance. So this is ready, so hopefully it will actually screen and give the best, giving the good spec, giving the real spec, especially people are dealing with the nano materials in their product. Okay, last but not least, for the section 4, what's next as a future workforce? So as academia, we try our best. We work closely with the academics, research and publication, try to prove and bring and bridge the gap. At least to come to the innovation and link to the safety. And our role is basically to implement due to diligence before the regulators catch up. And then we hope that what things that actually discover here to avoid liability and ensure responsible innovation. So why industry needs you? Is basically to answer this question. Imagine a coating plant using nano titanium oxide. Are they prepared for exposure control? So if you're dealing with this bottle, should we wait for conclusive long-term human evidence or act now on precautionary procedure to eradicate non-plastic exposure? So we decide whether we want to gather more evidence or we have to do something, at least to have some intervention before it will affect to the communities and the rest of our next generation. As a conclusion for my slides, for my talk on my current insight activities related to nanopollutants, we believe by having micro and nanoplastic or micro-nano pollutants is no longer just for environmental debris. There are bioavailable contaminants that enter to your human body through the water or food or perhaps your product consumer as well. The ADME has been studied, the ADME shows you good evidence and all, but evidence of nanoplastic in blood, placenta, and breast milk raising intergenerational health impacts. While knowledge gaps remain, scientific signals already demand precaution action, so that it will cover into different level of the exposure level in terms of chronic exposure, organ distribution and all. In terms of policy and regulator, they are still lagging. We are not saying that the document that we prepare is actually the perfect regulation that can be followed by everyone, but at least there's some procedures or framework can be give some guidance to the certain entities that are doing into the same thing of these nanopollutants or nanoproduct in their product. But the challenge that we face now is basically you have to balance the technological advancement and also safeguarding the human health. So as a take-away message, nanoplastic, nanopollutants are invisibles, but not absent. The toxicokinetics reveals systemic risk. Intergenerational exposure is real. Monitoring is a must, but we cannot wait, we have to catch up. So the precaution today is protect for the generation for tomorrow. With that, I thank you so much. I give you some knowledge because some of the contents actually belongs to the Kementerian Science, Technology and Inovasi. I should acknowledge from my partner and our work with the Nano Verify, and of course with my consultancy with the DOSH in Malaysia. Thank you so much, everybody. And wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Shukri, for insightful presentation. Understanding toxicokinetic is essential for designing effective prevention strategies, policy, and appropriate treatment approach, and others. And then we will continue with the next session, Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now heard all of 4 keynote speakers. We will continue with Q&A and allow the participant to give the speakers the question. Okay, please raise hand and microphone.
Cek. Cek, cek. Cek. Cek.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, let me introduce myself. I'm Ahmad Zidni, a medical student at the Islamic University of Malang. From Professor Ciajundi presentation, Prof highlighted the development of ICM 101 and its mechanism in prevention, viral infection, replication, and cytokine storm. I want to ask how Professor foresee the integration of this traditional formulation into mainstream clinical practice, especially in addressing emerging infectious disease or free radical exposure. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the questions. It's really good because just previous we mentioned at that time, especially COVID. So we just treated the patient directly, use these kinds of the drugs product. But after when we try to do the clinical trial, it's more difficult because now if we really wanted to include COVID patient, it's a little bit hard, but we still try. So after PCR confirmed that patient is suffered by COVID, including the clinical trial. But just previously I mentioned, we extend the application. It's not just only for the COVID, but further for the influenza still will be okay because it's kind of the virus infection. So at that time, maybe you wanted to ask, if we do the vaccination, is that used at the pre-treated, co-treated, or after-treat? But for this drug development, especially at this clinical trial for the phase 3, we just invite that the already infection per patient. Is that the questions? Do I answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Chia, for the explanation, and thank you for Sydney for the question. And maybe for the next question from the audiences. Any question?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
After this, you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, my name is Aisha. I was a medical student from Universitas Islam Malang. I would like to ask some question towards Dr. Dini. With the antioxidant potential of polyphenols and flavonoid highlight as key mechanism, what are the prospects for enhancing the bioavailability and stability of these compounds in kombucha formulation to improve their clinical efficacy? Maybe that's all my question.
Okay, thank you. As well as I know that kombucha contain polyphenol compound, and then polyphenol compound contain flavonoid and non-flavonoid compound. All of polyphenol have phenol groups is active compound from polyphenol, and hydroxyl structure of the phenol compound is determined for potential as antioxidant. So in my research prove that kombucha have antioxidant effect because kombucha can reduce MDA level as indicator of free radicals and increasing SOD indicator of antioxidant. But I think it is initial research, so we must more explore to safety from kombucha, especially kombucha from source of leaf, because we must know safety this kombucha if they will consume by human. Okay, it's all my question. So it's all my answer. So I don't give suggestion that kombucha leaf source of is safety for human, because it is initial research. So it's many research in the future can develop to ensure that kombucha is safe for human. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dini, for the answer. And then, because the time is limited, last question maybe from boy or man with the black clothes. Okay.
Yeah. In myself, my name is Krishna Dinugra in Faculty of Medicine. I want to ask to Prof. Nur Filza. Yeah. How to deal with dysbiosis so that it doesn't become cancer or eye tumor? Sabun. Thank you.
Pardon, please, maybe you can repeat your question. Boleh diulang enggak? Pelan-pelan aja bacanya, enggak apa-apa.
How to deal with dysbiosis so that it does not become cancer or eye tumor.
Oh, all right, okay. So dysbiosis is actually a term showing the imbalance. Okay, in a normal person like us, we have 85% good bacteria and 15% bad bacteria. So if dysbiosis occur, it means that this 85 and 15 is already imbalanced. All right, so more bad bacteria and the good bacteria. Okay. So sometimes when you have diarrhea or constipation, that means you have gut dysbiosis. Okay? So how is that you can prevent getting cancer? That's a bit tricky word. It's not only gut dysbiosis. There are many things like colorectal cancer. There are many factors that can lead to cancer. One of it is diet. So diet that is high in red meat, yeah, less fiber. If you don't like to eat vegetable or fruits, you are actually more likely to get cancer. Diet that is high fat and high sugar, that is also risk to get cancer. But all this bad food actually is a feeder to a bad bacteria. So they like that. Okay, so the good bacteria, on the other hand, if you take care of your diet, your lifestyle, you exercise, and you have good sleep, and then you take care of your stress, that will actually encourage your good bacteria. And what does this good bacteria do? They actually take the good food that you give. So that's why when you want to eat, you have to look at the food. Avoid all the processed food. Like you like to eat hot dog, you like to eat all the processed food like, nugget, all that are processed food. And that itself can cause inflammation. If you avoid that, you avoid inflammation, you avoid dysbiosis, you are making the risk lesser. Having said that, of course, there are less than 5% of cancer are due to genetic. So that is hard to reverse. But more than 95% are due to your environment and you yourself, how you interact with the diet and your lifestyle. Am I answering your questions?
Yes, thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nur Filza. And maybe last question for me, for Prof. Sukri, considering the limitation of current toxicology models at the nanoscale, how can toxicokinetic studies at ME be improved to better predict chronic exposures and guide regulatory decision making?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. When you deal with studies, so you need to be more deviate in terms of different perspective, so that you can overview what would be the aspects to do some prediction. Let's say if you're talking about the cancer, if you're talking about the exposure on long lasting and all, it need to be discovered into different aspects. So that means the test, the epidemiological comparison must go through in animal studies, cell culture. Even if you got more budget, you can go to clinical trials and all. So the whole aspects need to be overview so that you can have a good prediction and give awareness to the public.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sukri. And give applause for our speakers. Okay, I think it's a wrap, and thank you very much for your active participation and valuable question. And for our four speakers, I think we need to consistent and always continuous our research, and of course someday our research will be impactful or useful for society, government, or others. And then on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our Gratitude to all keynote speakers for their excellent contributions and to all participants for your enthusiasm and engagement. Please join me in giving big applause to our keynote speaker. And last, I will return this program to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Ika Widiangnirung, for leading this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present the ceremonial gift as a symbol of unity and collaboration, and we kindly request the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, University of Islam Malang, please come forward. The third bundle and certificates will be given to Prof. Chia Chung Lee, PhD, with him from ancient formulas to modern mechanism, how to protect organs from toxin damage. And so big thank Prof. Chia Chung Lee, PhD.
The second certificate will be given to Dr. Dini Sri Damayanti MKes from Indonesia. With them, anti-inflammation potential of soursop leaf, kombucha in male viscerates induced by toxic dose of paracetamol. Thank you, Dr. Dini Damayanti.
The third bundle and certificates will be begins to Professor Dr. Norfilza Mokhtar from Malaysia, with him potential effect of microplastic on health and gut microbiome. Thank you, Dr. Filza Mokhtar.
The first certificate will be given to Associate Professor Moh Sukhri bin Moh Aris PhD from Malaysia with the theme Toxikinesis of Waterborne Pollutants in Humans. Thank you, Professor Moh Sukhri. Once again, thank you so much for your extraordinary presence at our conference.
Okay, thank you for our moderator and keynote speaker, and return to be seated. This conference is only possible with the support of our sponsor, so we would like to thank Bank Jatim Syariah Malang, Java Media Utama, Bank BRI Cabang Malang, Lembaga Penelitian dan Peluruhan Radikal Bebas, and Institut Molekul Indonesia, ITS Sains Indonesia, Bank BTN Syariah, PT Almega, PT Firdaus Medica, CV Pratama Mandiri, Bank Muamalat Cabang Malang, CV Jayarindo Pratama Laboratory, PT Rizky Putra, PT Ditek Jaya, Prodia, Herbalife, PT Wadia Prima Mulia, Simalev, CV, Nura Gemilang, and media partner Rivera.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of day 1 of this international conference. On behalf of Medical Faculty Universitas Islam Malang, our deep appreciation goes to our honorable speakers for graciously sharing his expertise, to our moderators for their excellent facilitation of the discussion, and to our sponsors for their unwavering and generous support. Most importantly, we thank our esteemed attendees for your valuable participation and dedicated attention throughout the entire session. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience or technical difficulties that may have arisen during today's proceeding. We are highly anticipating your presence for day 2 of the conference tomorrow. My name is Bunga Melati Bekhati.
And Muhammad Mustaqim signing off. Wallahu muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.